I saw some people the other day crying, oh, I don't know, Trump has removed money. He said he's not giving us any more money. Watu wanalia. Why are you crying? It's not your government, it's not your country. He has no reason to give you anything. I mean, you don't pay taxes in America. He is appealing to his people. Shauri yenu bwana. This is a wake-up call for you to say, okay, what are we going to do to help ourselves? Instead of crying, tujiulize, what are we going to do? Haya, ametoa hiyo pesa, sasa tutafanya namna gani jameni? What are we going to do? Yeah? To support ourselves. Because nobody is going to continue holding out a hand there to give you. It is time for us to use our resources for the right things. We are the ones who are using them for the wrong things. Yeah? The bullets and the guns we buy, we're not given for free. We buy them. And we're not buying them to go and fight wars off our shores. We are fighting our own people. Hapa hapa too. Yeah? Brother killing sister, sister killing brother. Over stupid things. Yeah? Let us work together to bring an end to all of that and to focus ourselves on those issues that really matter for our people. I thank you very much.
Republic of Congo. I want to give you a small background about exactly what is happening in the eastern part of the Congo. How did it all start? Because all you hear is that Rwanda is supporting M23 rebels. The DRC government is fighting against the M23 rebels to take the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. That's what you hear in the news every day. I want to tell you exactly what's happening there. Let's go back to where it all started. During the infamous Berlin Conference in Europe, when Europeans were dividing Africa amongst themselves, the Belgians took Congo, the Germans took Rwanda, Germans took Tanzania as well, and the English took Uganda, carving out this area amongst themselves as Europeans.
Hello, welcome. The doomsday clock has never been closer to a metaphorical midnight than today. It is exactly 98 seconds to midnight. What it means is that humanity is closer than ever to its own catastrophic destruction. 98 seconds is the closest we have ever been in 8 decades of the history of the doomsday clock, established by the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist. The 3 factors responsible for this new assessment were threats of climate change, nuclear war, and disruptive technologies like artificial intelligence. On our show today, we will discuss this and other issues escalating tension in the world and moving the doomsday clock to midnight. It is 6:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City, 5:30 p.m. in Johannesburg, South Africa, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chidon Oma, in a sun assignment. It's been less than 20 days since Donald Trump took office as the 47th president of the United States. President Trump has been shaking up America and the world with his policies. What is behind Trump's efforts to remake America? Is the Democratic Republic of Congo? World powers are gathering to escalate what may be Africa's own version of the Ukraine's war with Russia. What is at stake for Congo, Africa, and the world? On February 20th, the former military leader in Nigeria, Ibrahim Babangida, will publish his autobiography. What questions should Nigerians expect him to answer in his book? A large and expanding swath of the southeast of Nigeria is empty because of violence by state and non-state actors. Our guest today on 90 Minutes Africa, Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh, will join us to explain these and other stories in the news. Join me as we welcome to the show Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh. Where is he? Okay. All right. So I was technical problem. I was thinking, what happened? Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. I'm glad to be back today.
Yeah, you are our favorite guest, and you've been here more than anybody else. And so we appreciate that each time you make out time for us.
Thanks a lot. I do appreciate spending time with you guys too.
All right. I was surprised that 2025, they moved the doomsday clock to 89 seconds. The closest has been to midnight. Do you see that sense of fear that we are approaching something different from what we had last year? And what could be responsible for that?
Well, I will say real quick that before the elections, the doomsday clock was actually, seconds to midnight under Joe Biden. I am a liberal, full disclosure. I'm a lifelong liberal. But under Joe Biden and the proxy war that the United States and NATO are conducting against Russia in the Ukraine pushed us really, really far. Because we saw at the point the Russian side started changing their nuclear doctrine, trying to tell us that if there is an existential threat to Russia, that they are going to use the nuclear weapons. And it's been since 1962, when Kennedy and Khrushchev stood eyeball to eyeball in Cuba. We have not had such a seeming direct confrontation between these two great powers. Everybody knows that NATO is the United States. Europe is just a junior partner, is what Washington says that sticks. So, and that's why the Russians don't want to talk to Europe. They want to talk to the big guys in Washington. Scarcely have we gotten to that stage in our history. I am not, I wasn't born in 62, but all I have read leads to that point. That was the farthest we ever got to a nuclear conflagration. And the frightening thing is that it is only one man that has, even without anything, can decide to end life on the planet. The American president. He's the only one who could declare nuclear war. Okay, he's the only one who could release American nuclear missiles. If you read Anne Jacobson's book, she made it clear it will only take 72 minutes to destroy life on Earth. And we have 9 countries that are nuclear armed powers. And the closest we ever got to this is what we are seeing in the Ukraine at the moment. But Trump coming to office, Trump has been he's not been that war mongering guy, although he has his links in the military industrial complex. But he hated the Ukraine war with a passion. He never liked Zelensky because Zelensky was part of the reasons why he was impeached in his first rodeo. So, and then now that he has declared a freeze on America's foreign aid, which includes the military aid to Ukraine, we are seeing it may be sending signs and signals to the Russians that we are ready to talk instead of this face-off, that we are now ready to sit down at the table to talk. Forget the rhetoric. The rhetoric, people say that he is ordering the Russians to fix this in 100 days. It's just rhetoric. But that was what Kennedy told Americans, that if the Russians don't remove the missiles from Cuba, that there's going to be a war. But Kennedy was secretly talking to the Russians. Hey, I'm going to pull out the missiles from Turkey, okay? But don't tell my people. If you tell my people, I'm going to deny it. So I'm going to pull that out from Turkey as a quid pro quo so that you guys could pull out from Cuba. And the two powers went home saving face. So, and then the Americans never knew that Kennedy compromised. Okay, and then the Americans always have it in their heads that it was, we won, that we showed the Russians, we stared them straight in the eyeballs, and then they blinked first. No, the US blinked first. So forget the rhetoric that we hear in public. Behind closed doors, there are overtures to the other side. And that's what the responsible government should do, because we are not yet ready to end life on this planet. That's the only place we know that life exists. Every other thing is speculation. So if these two powers, if we have the powers to end life and then we use that, that would be the greatest act of irresponsibility on the part of any leader coming from anywhere.
All right, we will stay on the world stage. Let's watch a little bit of a video. I just saw this morning of the president of Russia, Putin, speaking to, I believe, a reporter in a car. It's interesting what he said. Let's watch.
Изменилось, что ли, со времен Байдена? Да ничего не изменилось. Они с удовольствием выполняли любой приказ со стороны Вашингтона при Байдене. Просто им Трамп не нравится, они с ним боролись активно, да, реально вмешивались в политическую жизнь, предвыборный процесс в Соединенных Штатах, а потом растерялись, когда Трамп вдруг выиграл. И потом Байден ментально им больше нравился, понимаете, ментально. А у Трампа другие представления о том, что такое хорошо, что такое плохо, в том числе в этой гендерной политике, в некоторых других вопросах, им как бы не нравится это. Но я вас уверяю, Трамп с его характером, с его настойчивостью, он наведет там порядок довольно быстро. И все они, вот увидите, это произойдет быстро, скоро, все они встанут у ноги хозяина и будут нежно помахивать хвостиком.
Isn't that interesting that he thinks that Trump will restore that quickly and that everybody will toe the line? What do you make of that? Is that Putin coming close to Trump to resolve the issues?
Well, I will say real quick that these are overtures. Okay, these are apparent overtures to the Trump side that we are ready to play ball. But you have to know that Trump has soft spot for Vladimir Putin. He sees him as a very strong leader. And I believe that this feeling is mutual. If you listen to him, actually, when Trump won the White House, beating Hillary Clinton in the polls, that was when there's a rumor started that it was the Russians that helped Trump to win. Okay, and that actually damaged any relationship that Trump would ever have with what he called the deep state at that point in time, because he believed that he was set up, that he won the polls hands down. Anybody who watched the elections then knew that if you go to the South and the Midwest of America, that people were leaning towards Trump, voting for him. Even Michael Moore came out to say, learn to pronounce the words President Trump. Even when all the pundits were on Hillary's side, believing that Hillary was going to win. I listened very carefully to what the man had to say, because he went to the people and he went to the MAGA rallies and he saw that people were more enthusiastic for Trump than for Hillary Clinton. So this Russiagate scandal actually damaged Trump's relationship with the deep state. And then the deep state spent his first term. It was like a war between the two sides. And this time that Trump has won. Again, I don't think that the coast is clear for him to restore order very quickly, because he still has his domestic issues to face. And these domestic issues, and these are the people that he called the deep state in his first term. And these are the major beneficiaries of this war in the Ukraine. So they are not going to allow anybody to so very quickly remove their mouth from the feeding trough. It's going to be difficult. He's going to fight a battle, actually, to be able to impose his will on this runaway American military machine. Don't forget that billions of dollars have been sent to the Ukraine. Happens to be one of the greatest money laundering operations in recent times, from a perspective of the military industrial complex, because they're making a killing out of this war in the Ukraine. So it's not going to be easy for Trump. But if you ask me my personal opinion, I'll be very glad if this nonsense in the Ukraine ends, and then both parties are able to come to the negotiating table. Every war ends on a negotiating table. Why not this one? Must we kill ourselves off before we talk to each other? So if Trump is able to achieve that, he's going to write his name in gold, actually. And that's the overtures that, because the Russians have always made it clear, we are ready to speak with our American friends and partners. They have always been ready to negotiate. We saw that in Istanbul, It was the Western side. It was Biden sending Boris Johnson to Istanbul to scuttle the talks because they were already very far and they were ready to sign an accord. And the West reneged on that. So if Trump is able to come to the table with Putin and end this carnage, come to think of it, Russia has virtually won this war. I don't know whether Americans know what is happening. European politicians will tell you what they are not going to say publicly. Russia has all the aces on their hands. They have virtually wrecked the Ukrainian army. Ukraine doesn't have any standing army anymore. All that you are seeing, the invasion of Kursk, are military special forces operators from the Western countries. Some will tell you that they have soldiers from everywhere. Okay, so but Russia is on a war of attrition, taking one village after the other and crushing every resistance, every opposition to their march. So the Russians have the upper hand in this war. So it is time to end this carnage. A lot of Ukrainians have lost their lives. Okay, so when people like Lindsey Graham is saying, "We will fight to the last Ukrainian," that's what he means. America was, and the Ukrainians will be dying. You know, if he wants, as for such people, I believe they want to fight the war, they should send their sons, not the sons of poor people who don't know anything about what is happening, sending them to the war front to the meat crusher to be killed and families ruined. You know, so that is just, if Trump is able to, at least on the European front, to end this war in the Ukraine, that would be a huge achievement, I believe.
All right. This morning on the economic front, we saw yesterday's tariffs imposed by Trump on Canada, Mexico, and China. And this morning, the Canadians, they responded with their own tariffs.
And the Mexicans too. Mm-hmm.
The Mexicans too. So where do you think this will end? What do you think this will mean for Americans and for the world?
Anyone who has a sense of history would believe that he has seen this before. I believe that Trump may end up becoming what Gorbachev was for the USSR. He presided over the dismantling of a huge empire. Trump, with his policies, his trade policies may end up presiding over the dismantling of the American empire. Come to think of it, if you impose tariffs on Canada, on Mexico, on China, who is going to pay for those? It's the American consumers. Okay, so it's not, they will just transfer the bulk of it to the consumers, and then they will blockade, they will impose the same tariffs on American goods. America is not heavy on manufacturing anymore. China is. Okay, and these are the issues we have to think about if we are trying to upload those policies. So I don't think that America is getting more isolated. And once America gets isolated, I don't think that will augur well for the American economy. The American economy is not doing all that great at the moment.
So when Trump said, Canada, you don't have anything that you are making that we need, is it delusional?
Over 100 billion worth of trade. If Canada doesn't make anything, how are they able to export over 100 million worth of trade of goods to the United States?
Yeah, I think Trump was saying that America could do that, produce all those things. They don't need Canada.
If that is a way of, but America has lost that manufacturing edge. The manufacturing has shifted to China. Come to think of it, go to the American Midwestern states. Okay, what is America producing today? Everybody's going to China to produce. American companies pushed their manufacturing to Chinese companies. Apple telephones have been manufactured in China. Tell me, American computers are manufactured. So, what America has become a financialized economy today. It's no longer an economy that is based on production. The Chinese have taken over. The Chinese are now the factories of the world, like Japan was in the 80s. So if it is a way of revitalizing American manufacturing, America is going to make huge investments to bring manufacturing back to the United States. So, and it's going to take years. So it's not in the short term, his administration may not leave to see that uhuru that he is trying to engender by that kind of isolationist policy. And America has been one of the major beneficiaries of the World Trade Organization's, free trade, policies. That America has been the major, beneficiaries of it. So now that he's imposing a kind of isolationist policy, I think American companies and American consumers that wants to bear the brunt of it all.
Now, the other story in the news is south of Panama. The government in Panama is preparing for war with the United States. How will Trump get the Panama Canal without a war? And can Panama withstand America if America comes to take over the canal?
Here, I have a very personal opinion. With great power comes great responsibility. I don't think that, the United States should not be in the... Anyway, they have been since 1945. That was what the British were prior to 1945. The British were, as an empire, were going everywhere, invading peoples and then ransacking and pillaging as they cared to. The United States should not start that late in the game. America looks like ancient Rome in its late period before its collapse. So if America goes about igniting fires all over the world, listen, don't forget, the United States has not won any war since 1945. America is a great power, but America has not won a war since 1945. Yeah, they went into Panama, kidnapped Noriega, brought him to trial in Florida. They went into Grenada under Reagan in '82. They have been trying to, intimidate poor countries. But America, every major war that the United States fought, America lost. America ran out of Saigon in '75, Vietnam. America ran out of Kabul recently under Biden. So trying to ignite fires, and that was what happened to Rome. How did Rome's collapse start? Varus led the sixth Roman legion to Germany in Osnabrück, and there a ragtag army of tribesmen defeated the mighty Roman Empire. And after that, at the Teutoburg Forest, after that, Rome started its collapse. So if America should watch what they are doing with their military, sometimes military power doesn't solve all the problems. Why would you invade Panama over their canal? It's what American soldiers used to say, when America marched into Iraq in 2003. What is our oil doing in their backyard? Their oil. You can understand the colonial implications of that kind of statement. So trying to rename the Gulf of Mexico into Gulf of America, or trying to ransack or pry Greenland out of the Danes, out of the hands of the Danes, or take over Panama Canal. People will see you as an empire on the throes of death that is throwing her tentacles everywhere. And then there are going to be some courageous people that are going to stand up to it and cut off those tentacles. And then your demise will then be celebrated by all to see. So the United States should be very, very careful in the wars that, war should be fought as the last resort. You don't go. And the United Nations Charter forbids that. You don't gain territory by conquest anymore. Since 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, you don't gain territory by conquest. So America should not be violating a principle it was one of the guarantors of all these years. So it's really stupid for any president to think about it, even if he's Trump or even if he's God.
All right, we'll get to Africa quickly, but first I want you to weigh in on what's happening in the Middle East. Israel, we are seeing the exchange of prisoners. Mm-hmm. I was surprised. I saw the videos. I thought I had it. I wanted to play it for you to see. I know you've seen it, where the so-called Hamas, or the military groups in Gaza, were bringing out the hostages in mm-hmm. front of the world. Mm-hmm. These are the people that the Israelis were fighting to defeat, or said they were going to defeat. Mm-hmm. The spectacle, the picture wasn't a good picture of the big army destroying Gaza for that purpose. Yet they mm-hmm. couldn't get these hostages themselves. So what happens now? What do you think will happen in Gaza, especially now that Trump is saying that they should all move out? That place should be demolished, cleared out, and that they should go to other countries. What do you think is the agenda? What will happen moving forward?
Trump asking the Palestinians to leave their land and go to where? Sometimes these guys believe that they are speaking on God's behalf. Trump doesn't have a right. It's a war crime to cleanse a people. Ethnic cleansing is a war crime. Okay. And what the Israelis have succeeded in doing in Gaza is committing genocide. Gaza has been rendered unlivable. Look at the pictures. Every major human rights organization on earth has rendered the verdict that Israel committed genocide in Gaza. It's clear for all to see. And I tell you, Israel is never ever going to recover from what they did in Gaza. And they have not been able. Which of their war aims did they attain? Did they recover the hostages? No. It was through a negotiation that the hostages are now being taken back. Did they succeed in destroying Hamas? You saw the fighters. What Israel succeeded in doing is destroying Gaza. I have never seen a picture. The only picture that it looked like that was Hiroshima in 45 and Nagasaki. I have never seen a picture that looked like Gaza across modern wars. Even in Dresden in Germany, what the Allies did here, firebombed the city. The picture doesn't look like what Gaza looks like today. So I don't think the Israelis didn't achieve their war aims in Gaza. They didn't defeat Hamas. Hamas is still there, still talking to them. That's why they are releasing the hostages. And then that means that Netanyahu, I don't know what the way forward. But the point lies in the fact that Trump asking Palestinians to leave and go, where should they go to? Go to Egypt. You should know, or to Jordan. The Jordanians are Palestinians, don't forget that. Okay? And there are internal domestic problems if Egypt allows Palestinians to get to Egypt. Sisi is not going to survive the internal turmoil, or even the Jordanian king, because the Palestinians in Jordan see the king as a traitor to the Arab and Palestinian cause. So, and they see him as an impostor. So if, that would be a total destabilization of the Middle East, which Israel started with its war on Gaza after what Hamas did on 7th October. So the issues are very, very, very complicated, but they are quite simple. The point is, Palestinians, you cannot force people to leave their homeland. If you do that, if come to think of it, what the Israelis did, they, according to Lancet, if you read the article by Lancet, we are thinking about in the range of over 500,000 people killed, dead, buried under the rubble. And if that is the case, that's the easiest way for Israel to create enemies for herself. Because if you kill my sister or my brother or my mom or my dad, you're going to be my eternal enemy. So this is a way of forcing legions of people who will be joining the resistance from the Palestinian side after witnessing what happened in Gaza. So it's not a way of attaining peace in the Middle East. There have been various measures, and Trump coming in to say that they should leave is not even a way that will lead to peace, because people will always resist. It's just like what happened in South Africa. Apartheid South Africa, we are killing black South Africans. And they were labeling people like Mandela as terrorists. And people, British parliamentarians, were wearing shirts emblazoned "Hang Mandela" to the British Parliament. We don't talk about that anymore, as if to say that history is not important. The British supported, every major European power supported apartheid South Africa, even the United States. Mandela was labeled a terrorist till 2008. Don't forget, Mandela came out of prison in 1994. He was placed on a no-fly list to the United States, even as a president of South Africa. Okay, so this is what people from the global South see. The hypocrisy, so I was discussing with a few friends in the human rights community, and they told me, Franklyne, to be honest with you, human rights is dead. Because if what happened in Gaza could be allowed to happen by the world, no European leader, no American leader has a right to lecture anybody about human rights ever anymore. No European politician, no American politician has a right, a moral right, to lecture anybody anywhere about human rights ever again. And it is so very sad. And some Israeli friends of mine will tell me that Israel has lost that right to call themselves victims of genocide ever again. So these are the things, these are the currents that you see. I don't know how to resolve this impasse, but the issues are very, very sad. It's really sad that the people that face the genocide will turn around and allow their leaders to lead them down that path against another people. It's really a very sad situation.
That's interesting. So you said that the Americans they've lost that moral authority to talk about human rights.
Americans and European leaders,
Yeah,
they have lost every authority to talk about human rights ever again to anybody. To lecture somebody like somebody like Emmanuel Macron coming to Africa to tell Africans how to behave. Some people are really silly, I tell you. After the devastations that they caused across the continent with their France Afrique policy, this guy believed that they could still talk down on Africans. I don't know. So this is what people believe, that from the global south, there is this movement right now that these guys don't have anything to tell us anymore, that they are not. Come to think of it, Europe has never been a very peaceful place. Europe became peaceful for the very first time in a long while in 1945. And this peace was forced upon them by their defeat in the Second World War. The Americans came in and became a power and held the peace till this moment. And this peace is being ripped to shreds before our very eyes. Look at the young people. America used to have lofty ideals that everybody looked up to. Freedom of speech. In American universities today, if you protest genocide, you are sidetracked and then you are labeled. People are targeting people that protested for deportation. Today in the United States, that was a beacon. America used to be a democracy, but not anymore today. What America now is an oligarchy, a plutocratic oligarchy. Look at it. Look at the people that sat in the front rows on Trump's inauguration. They are the billionaires. Okay, it's not. They are the ones that bought and purchased that office. Okay, the rhetoric that Trump is using for Palestine, it was purchased by Seldon's wife. Okay, who spent $100 million to the Trump campaign. So America is no longer. America has all the trappings of a democracy, but it's not a democracy anymore. America looks like ancient Rome at its late stages of decadence. And it's going to be, many Americans are not educated. Many Americans are educated, but they're not politically aware with the way the rest of the world see what is happening there. Because internally, American exceptionalism, this word exceptionalism, for somebody like me, nothing is exceptional. We are all human. Somebody's a chosen person. No, we are all human beings. So it's the same air that we breathe. So the idea of American exceptionalism has made many Americans blind to the faults of this great nation. And these are the faults that, if care is not taken, Trump is going to be the undertaker, just presiding over the decline of this great and proud nation.
Now, I like what you were saying about America and the role they are playing. And if you remember, during the campaign, they were talking about Project 2025. And in the last 2 weeks, some people have done the calculations. They said that the executive order signed by Trump reflected most of the things in that Project 2025. Now, the part that concerns Africa, you talked about Trump. They mentioned that Trump will not interfere in African affairs the way other past presidents used to care about what's going on there. But is that a good thing for Africa?
It will be the best for Africa and many other developing peoples if the empire looks the other way. It will give them the opportunities to actually think about what they can do for themselves. Okay, if you are left on your own designs, then you can find a better way of articulating what you want to do for yourself. Africa was never in the 60s. We believed that we became independent. But if you read the book White Malice, you will see how the CIA took over from the British colonialists and injected themselves in positions of power and influence across every major African country, because they know that the continent is so very rich in resources. That will lead us into what is happening in the Congo. Okay, this is the richest continent. They said Africa is poor. One man said, they say we are poor. If we ask them to leave, they say no. They say Niger is poor. The Nigerians asked the French to leave. The French said no. And the French are now trying to engineer the Nigerian government to go against the French, to go against Niger. And then 2 days ago, there was an ISIS in Africa attacked Nigerian soldiers, leading many people to think oh, so if anybody goes against Western interests, ISIS will start attacking them. Then we start asking the question, who is ISIS actually? Who is Boko Haram? Who are financing those guys? Who are giving them the marching orders? Okay, so these are questions that people are asking, and these are veritable questions that require answers. Why is it that when French interests are repudiated by an African country, that country comes under terrorist attacks? If it quacks like a duck, I don't know what else to say.
So let's go to Congo, because the situation in Congo is critical. Every day is expanding. South Africa is interested in joining in. Already, Rwanda is part of the conversation. America is interested. China is interested. Russia. So what do you think will be happening there in the next few weeks and days?
It's going to get worse before it gets even better, because the resources we are talking about is the leading resource that every major country requires for the industrial revolution, for the kind of computer or AI revolution that we are now seeing. It's all about coltan in the Congo. People that are financing Kagame, and Kagame is financing M23 to resist the Congolese government. Congo has always been a playground of the major powers. Congo was a plantation of Leopold, the Belgian king, for so many years, where he slaughtered 10 million Africans for the sake of rubber. Okay, if you read Chiwezu's The West and the rest of us, he detailed it there so very well, where there were pyramids of human hands that were cut off by Belgian colonialists. One of the worst crimes ever that people are not even taught about. Many Africans don't even know about it, let alone many Europeans. What their ancestors did to our ancestors. And then they will sit down and call us savages. Those that cut off our hands, brought us the Bible, and are now calling us savages. It's really sometimes beyond the pale. So in the 60s, the Americans saw the uranium that was used in American nuclear industries came from Congo. So, and America, under the guise of fighting the Russians during the Cold War, so that the uranium in the Congo doesn't fall into the hands of the communists, they destroyed Congo for good measure. That was where Lumumba was murdered by the CIA and the Belgians, and then denied that country since then of peace and felicity. So we have seen Congo has been jumping from one crisis to the next till today. The reign of Mobutu Sese Seko was just one of the greatest acts of squandermania and kleptocracy ever seen in the African continent. Not only that, so till today, Kabila and all the rest. So it's all about Congolese resources. If Congo is a poor country, there wouldn't be this crisis. And there has been a silent genocide going on in the Congo for the past 5 years. So 5 million Congolese are dead already, and many people have been displaced. Okay, nobody's talking about it because it's about the resources, and then many African countries. Okay, the M23 has sacked Goma, a city in eastern Congo, and they are advancing, making sure all these guys are making sure just to keep the lanes free for the smuggling of Congolese resources outside the continent. It's really awful.
All right, let's watch Kagame talk about his own perspective of the issue, and we'll come back and hear your take on his.
To them, why they actually don't support M23 themselves, including AFP, you as a journalist. Why don't you support M23? Or why is the question, you support M23 or you don't support M23? First of all, what is M23? M23 is an organization born in and out of Congo. That's number one. Number two, these are Congolese. And you will hear even Congo admit it. Now, why do they exist Why are they fighting? Why do they have arms? Is another question. It is also a simple question. They exist because they have been denied their rights as citizens of that country. They are called Tutsis of Rwanda. Fine. But then you need to be educated also a little bit about history.
I didn't mean to stop the
We have
video.
Rwandan communities in the Congo.
All right. Hold on.
Who
Let
are
me get
Congolese.
him.
And by the way, these are not just Tutsis. It is the same social structure of a country that is also there in the Congo. Like, in fact, we have other neighboring countries where they are, but they are citizens of those countries. We have 100,000 people originating from this community, 100,000 who have been living here in Rwanda in refugee camps for the last 2 decades. Why? Because they are being uprooted from their ancestral homes, persecuted, and sent across. In fact, there are more in Uganda. There are 300, there's 100,000 here, there are hundreds of thousands there in Uganda, more numbers. So M23 is born out of that situation. That's why I asked the question. I said, well, why wouldn't anybody else, why are we being accused as Rwanda of supporting M23? And I'm saying even those who accuse us, actually I should accuse them of not supporting M23 because it is as if they agree with the injustice that is being done to this community. Otherwise, if you didn't agree with that injustice, you would be actually raising questions. Why these people of M23 being treated like this? Why are we having 100,000 refugees here in Rwanda? That's where you start from. Not start from asking Rwanda, are you supporting M23 or?
All right, let's stop it here. So you got his argument.
Well, Paul Kagame is being, smart by half. The M20, these are Tutsis, actually. They may be citizens of Congo, but that doesn't mean that Rwanda is not supporting them. In fact, there is a United Nations report out there. They are being funded by Rwanda, Paul Kagame himself. So sitting down there to say, why are we? Okay, he didn't tell you who was uprooting those guys. He didn't say Congolese government. Did he say that? Because if the Congolese government is actually doing that, he should have made it clear. But he has been swallowing his words and then trying to hide Rwandan hands. Paul Kagame has been variously accused of being on top of the chain of those who are responsible for flying out Congolese resources, tantalum and cobalt and all the rest of them, making sure that these are mined by little kids, and then they are moved to Rwanda and they are flown out to, illegal sale of Congolese resources. So this is all about, forget what about he's saying about uprooting. It's all about the resources of Congo. It has always been about the resources of Congo. Everybody that is fighting there, that's why all these countries are interested. It's not about, there is no issue of uprooting that could not be resolved on a negotiating table where Kagame himself will sit as one of the principal powers behind M23. So we know what is happening out there, and there is not the way Mr. Kagame is presenting it. So it's all about Congolese resources. You can take this on excellent authority, and then you could do more research for yourself, and then you will see it's all about the smuggling routes that gets out the tantalum from Congo out into the world markets. So our cell phone, our computer addiction, and all the rest of them are some of the things that are financing this war right now in the Congo, and this silent genocide that has claimed the lives of over 5 million people.
Yeah, but what's changing now is that we have the West through Kagame and even Museveni in Uganda on one side. Then you have the South Africans, the Russians, the Chinese on the other side. So it appears as if it's going to be a major conflict now.
Well, about the Russian presence, I have not had independent confirmation of that because sometimes most of these are disinformation to rope in other countries. The South Africans have always been, a part of the Southern African Development Corporation, which involves most of these countries that are now present in the Congo. The Chinese are not supporting anybody with weapons. The Chinese are interested in doing business. Okay, so anybody telling you that they have always been interested. The Chinese are in Sudan, South Sudan. The Chinese are almost everywhere in the east coast of Africa, supplying loans and then building bridges and roads for all these governments in exchange for resources. That's what the Chinese are about. They are not about mingling themselves or getting involved in the internal politics. That's not the Chinese philosophy of in Africa at the moment. I have not seen that. I have not seen the Russians actively on the ground in the Congo now. I've not been able to independently confirm that from my contacts in the Congo. So what I know is that these M23 are receiving weapons from Rwanda. And then so Rwanda, we know, Paul Kagame is the darling of the West since after the 1994 Rwandan genocide, that he has been in power all this while. And then Museveni, sometimes you don't know where he stands on certain issues. That he's more chameleonic than he is forthcoming. So, but Rwanda is a major source of the firepower and the financing that M23 is getting, because these are Tutsis.
So what about the government in Kinshasa? Who is supporting them?
Yeah, they are the ones fighting against the M23 because they believe that their territorial integrity is under question and under serious threat. A sovereign nation has a right to rise to defend its citizens when they are attacked from enemies, both external and domestic. That's what I believe the Congolese government is doing. But at the moment, the firepower being brandished by the M23 guys is actually something that is intimidating to Congolese soldiers, and then civilian population have been uprooted. So I don't know who is on the side of the Congolese government at the moment, but I know that the smuggling has continued according to what my contacts have been able to tell me. The smuggling of tantalum, that's the primary, mineral in our computer technology, and out of which coltan is extracted and all the rest of them. So, and then everybody there that has talked to me told me that every imprint, that's why AP accuses Kagame to his face. So that's why everybody points in that direction. And there is no smoke without fire in that kind of situation, because these guys are Tutsis and they take refuge in the patronage of the Rwandese government, which is being headed at the moment by Paul Kagame.
So what if they take over Kinshasa? Like,
is a possibility. Is a possibility.
Are we seeing the kind of thing that happened in Syria?
Well, what happened in Syria was a Western designed, CIA, MI6 move. So actually, these guys have been their sleeper cells all this while. This were our news for a front that transformed into HTP, where people being supported with weapons by the United States. Obama gave instructions to the CIA to topple Assad when he came to office. And these were the guys that they groomed to that effect. So these guys have been sleeping and waiting for the right time to be called up to do that. And they took the opportunity. So I don't see that kind of thing in Rwanda. I don't think that Kagame has all that kind of wherewithal to make a run for Kinshasa from Eastern Congo, where the M23 are. And these guys are not up to 100,000 men under arms. So it's a huge territory to cover from Goma and Kivu to Kinshasa. And then you require serious logistics and ordnance. Okay, you have to maintain a chain of resupply routes. So it's going to be a very difficult endeavor. The M16 hasn't got an air force at the moment to bombard the capital, but it's not impossible. Kabila did it. Kabila sent Mobutu on the run when he made a run from Eastern Congo for Kinshasa. So all these things are possible.
Let me still stay on Africa as a whole. Part of Project 25, like I said before, is that Trump will not be involved. The Americans will remove themselves. Don't you think that it will embolden dictators across Africa to do what they want to do? Are you thinking that there's a possibility that the people of Africa can rise up and stop these dictators when the powers of the world are not interested in or involved in any issue going on in Africa?
No, but I tell you, the day I don't even know how many dictators of America propped up across the African continent. Every major dictator that we had on the African soil African continent has been propped up by the West. Almost all of them. Paul Biya is still a force to record, president of Cameroon since 1982, supported by the powers of the French government and French intelligence. So which dictator do we have? Bola Tinubu is a CIA boy. Everybody knows that. In Nigeria, he didn't win the election, and then he's been propped up. So which dictator? Obiang Nguema in Equatorial Guinea. Okay, these are or the guy that was overthrown in Gabon, Omar Bongo. These were errand boys of the West. They were the ones that propped them up. Without Western support, Africans themselves will digest their dictators. I tell you this. So it's only Western support that Africans are still, because how many guns are produced in the continent? We buy these guns. You saw Uhuru Kenyatta say that we buy guns not to use it to fight external wars, but to kill ourselves over stupid things. All dictators in our continent were propped up by the West. Not even one rose and fell on his own. It's when the West withdraws their patronage that they fall. Sorry. So that has been the case. So Africans, really, it's an opportune time for Africa, actually. When the two elephants are fighting, the grass is softer. But this grass on our side should learn to talk among themselves. And how could we encourage production and trade across the African continent? If we are able to do that, Africa is a huge market, up to 1 billion people. If we're able to produce for our local needs and stop producing for, export for Western industries, so let's first of all produce what we eat. Let's become food sufficient. Our food security, let us guarantee that for the female African population. That would be an essential platform for an African renaissance going forward. So let us take the basics first. Okay, so dictators who have always been doing what they want, but there is an Igbo proverb that says, that's what the Igbos have always done. If a dictator believes that he could do A and B, we show him from where we got him. We tell him who his father is. But Western weapons have prevented us from doing that all this while. So Africans know how to manage and control their societies until the white man came. That's what Chinua Achebe did, articulated, and things fall apart. We had a functional society that had checks and balances. The Oyomesi in the Yoruba regions of Nigeria will tell the Oba to go to hell and commit suicide if he tries to be a tyrant. So we have local procedures that we could use to bring dictators to responsibility. So if we are not, if not for the external powers, many dictators will not even survive a day on the African continent. Sisi is still in Egypt today because he's been prodded by American money and firepower. Yeah. So,
do you think that leaders like the military guy in Burkina Faso, in Niger, that they are the future of Africa? Is that where we're going to? Are they the heroes?
Yes. Yes. And look, come to think of it, many African young people have realized that our contact with, they realized what Chinwezu said, that our contact with the West for the last 700 years have not brought us anything. Okay. So across Sahel in Africa, there is this movement that the French should leave. The French granted independence to the Francophone Africa, but they are still there. The economic policy of these regions, of these countries, are being dictated in Paris. Their money, CFA francs. France is no longer using CFA francs, but France is still controlling their monetary policy. So the young people are getting frustrated. How can we have all these resources and still be poor? These are the questions that young people across the Sahel have been asking. And they are rising up. And that's why they are supporting most of those young guys that have taken a stand and said, no, you guys should get out. So that may be the future of Africa. Okay. supporting these guys that take a stand to say to the foreign powers, you have taken more than enough. You stay where you came from. Let us try managing ourselves for the time being. Sankara tried it, okay? But the French intelligence connived when they believed that he insulted Mitterrand, and then through Blaise Compaoré executed him. So the young Africans today are now waking up to certain issues. They are no longer, that's one of the advantages of this internet technology that we have today. This is social media of a thing. Africans are seeing in real time, and they are now getting information in real time across board. So that may be the future that we are going to see. This democratization of information is going to lead to serious upheaval across board. And then I believe that is going to come. So you saw what happened in Nigeria during the elections. Young people were mobilizing themselves for P2B using the instruments of the social media. So more is to come. So this may be the future of the continent. Younger people, the younger generation, are now rising to question the African predicament. Why should we have all these resources and yet remain poor? That may be the future. And again, Trump may be unwittingly playing a role in it. He's planning to deport a lot of Africans. And these people have been exposed to the West. They have been exposed. Many of them got skills. Many of them got information, knowledge. Many of them will come back. And remember that those that fought for African independence in the early 40s and 50s were people that were trained in the West. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Bafemi Awolowo, and the rest of them. They were trained by the West, and then their eyes were open. And many of the soldiers that fought for the British in Burma or for the French during the Second. So they came home, their eyes were open. They saw we are fighting and dying for these guys, but they're not treating us like human beings. So they need to go. So he may be playing a role. So Trump deporting a lot of Africans may not be all that bad. There may be some good coming out of it. Like the religionists will say that God may be able to write straight on a crooked line. I don't know.
God works in mysterious ways. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we talk about Nigeria, and then we let our audience join us in this conversation with Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh. So stand by. Thank you. right, welcome back, everybody, to our conversation with Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh. Franklyne, let me take us back to Nigeria. These are some of the headlines in today's newspapers in Nigeria. Northern Nigeria facing serious challenges, heading for total collapse, says Usman Bugaje. Kogi jihadist threatens Yoruba people for rejecting Sharia law. In the Southeast, there are more stories now coming out of the Southeast where so many towns are now being called ghost towns, which is that people have left due to activities of state and non-state actors. So when you look at Nigeria as we enter we're approaching the second year of Tinubu's administration, what is your assessment on how things are going?
My assessment is that it's not the country has not moved forward from where Buhari left it. Even when you talked about what is happening in the Southeast, it was Buhari's government that commissioned the military to go into the Southeast to flush out the IPOB and the ESN militants, what so-called militants, and then that was when the whole thing started. And there was no attempt at dialoguing with these forces. What we see, the contrary is what we have seen in the north, where there was a dialogue between Boko Haram, which is a globally recognized terrorist organization, with the government, and the government granted them amnesty, leading many of them into dropping their arms and then being rehabilitated by the government. But that never happened in the Southeast, where we have seen that most of the people that call themselves IPOB and ESN, and other criminal elements have hijacked the state, and then have been, have broken the monopoly of violence which a state should exercise by the fact of its being a state. So it's really, we have not made any progress in the last 2 years on the economic front. Like I said, what Nigerians saw it. I have not seen any progress, measurable progress in the economic front and on the security front. People are still dying in the Middle Belt. People are still being killed in the South. Or Seoul local government area of Imo State is now a ghost area. The Ihembosi in Anambra State. In this border town between Anambra and Imo State, where that happens to be the epicenter of the whole thing. The killings are going on. People don't go home anymore. So what is a state that cannot guarantee the lives and property of its citizens? It has lost its raison d'etre. It has no more reason to exist. So there is, in the social contract, actually was propounded by Thomas Hobbes because of his fear of violent death in a state of nature. So, and today in the Southeast Nigeria, the fear of violent death accompanies people from sun up to sundown, and the government that they sublease their powers to is just there looking and doing nothing. The people will tell you, the praise singers of the government will tell you, we have done enough, we have done this and that. Where are the results? These are the questions that we should ask. Where are the results? People are being killed day in, day out, and there is no massive arrest of the situation. So it's really, I have not seen any progress made on any major index of development since APC came to power under Muhammadu Buhari, and in its second extension under Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the moment.
Now, this last week, a court of appeal ruled that IPOB is a terrorist organization. What is the implication of that? What do you think will happen next?
Well, the government has been, even before the ruling, the government has been treating IPOB as a terrorist organization. Okay, even when there were no excellent reasons to that effect. But IPOB, made some tactical and strategic errors when they went for, armed struggle. There should have been extensive dialogue with the Nigerian government. I can understand why it is a threat for the government to hear any words concerning Biafra, because Biafra, for 3 solid years, gave the Nigerian government a run for its money. But they should have realized that we are not in the 60s anymore, that the world has moved on to a great extent. There are issues of marginalization, quite right, but there is nothing, it is nothing that could not be ironed out on a table of dialogue. The Nigerian government has been treating the Igbos as second-class citizens in their own country since after the Civil War. Forget what Gowon said about no victor, no vanquished. No, we are not saying that. In Igbo country, you see, it's just like a military garrison. We have military checkpoints every other kilometer. What you don't see in the west or in the north of Nigeria. Why is that the case? Okay, why don't we enjoy the freedom of movement? Why don't the Igbos? The civil war is ended. It seems it's been fought by other means. And this is one of the things that actually fuels this agitation. Is one among many. So if there is a way that the government could come to the table with these agitators and say, what are the issues? What can we do? How could we resolve this and live together? So, but IPOB on its own end played into the hands of the government. A trap was set for them, and then they went for armed struggle. And the government used that opportunity to label them a terror organization, and then is dealing with them to that effect. And we can see it's a military operation. It's commissioned. In the southeast, bombs are being thrown. Okay, so the government of Nigeria is fighting IPOB like it's fighting Boko Haram. But IPOB has not attacked has not committed any major terrorist attack apart from what a group of criminals. IBB has, recused itself from most of these attacks. I've said we are not. There are some that they came out and say, no, we didn't do this, we didn't do that, because if it's a terror organization, they will take responsibility for most of the attacks. But that's where they played into the hands of the government, and then the government could use that to inject fifth columnists and then blame IPOB for it. So this is where cool heads never reigned, to be able to articulate a strategy to follow. If you're agitating for your rights, there are ways to go about that. And then the Nigerian government has equally been silly. Sometimes I rue the decision makers that we have in our government. Many of them are visionless, so to say. And that's why we see problems that could be solved in infancy are allowed to fester. They become cancerous. Okay. So who in his right mind does not know that if you're applying stick, you should hold the carrot at the same time if you're trying to drive a mule? But the Nigerian government, no. Everything is violence, matching fire. Everything in Nigeria is a war against this, war against that. No. If you're fighting a war all your life, well, what time do you have to leave at all? Citizens should be made to feel as parts and parcels of the imagined communities that they belong to, which we call countries or nations or nationalities or tribes or tongues or peoples of or nations. People should be given the sense that they have a stake in this. Because if people don't feel they have a stake, they are bound to destroy that thing. And that's what I feel is happening. And it's not a very good thing. Southeastern governors are not even, I don't blame them much because they don't have the police powers. The police authority is still an exclusive of the federal government. It's not shared with the states. The states are just errand boys of the federal government. And that's something that our lawmakers should take a look into and try to see if we could at least go for state policing. That it's a lower level at that.
What about what's going on in the northeast and northwest? In the northeast, we know Boko Haram and the allied groups, they've been going on for years now, and it's not under control. And in northwest, we have these new groups that are
the bandits.
So what is do you think Nigeria is doing well fighting these three on these three fronts?
Well, there must be other strategies employed. It's not only the military strategies. We have applied the military strategy all this while. Where has it left us? We have not seen any progress. Okay, the bandits are multiplying in northwest Nigeria. In the northeast, Boko Haram has not even kept quiet. Finally, and then we are seeing the agitation in southeast. And then Sunday Igboho rose with the Yoruba nation issue in the west. So Nigeria seems to be a cauldron of agitation. And then that means that we need to go back to the drawing board and go back to the table and then question why has the government ever set up a panel to say, why are these agitations spread across the four cardinal points of our nation? I have not seen that. Chidi Odinkalo, Professor Odinkalo led a panel instituted by the Anambra State government on the activities of the criminal gangs and what IPOB or whatnot that is going on in Anambra State. They came up with a white paper, with a report. I have not seen the government release that report or issue a white paper to that effect that could lead into actionable solutions to that problem. So I know that it was handed over. Bianco Juku, who is now the Nigerian Junior Minister for Foreign Affairs, was a part of that committee. So we are yet to see what the government is doing. Soludo is, I believe, is sitting on top of that report. He should be able to get it out and then issue a white paper. Let us see what the government is ready to do, at least at the local level. But the federal government of Nigeria, I don't know whether they know what they are doing. I'm sorry, but it does seem that there is a inertia. Nothing is moving. Nothing is not moving forward. It's not moving backwards. We're just hanging in a balance, and that's not the way for a country. This opportunity that Trump is using to isolate the United States from African affairs is an opportunity that Nigeria should grab with two hands and try to find local solutions to our problems. But this discussion is not being heard in the corridors of power in Nigeria or anywhere. I have not heard it. Even in African think tanks, I have not heard it running. That's an issue that we should focus on. Now, in the years of Trump, how could we reposition Africa to be a major player, in solving Africa's problems? We should stop waiting for other people to come and do that for us. I have not seen that discussion being had, except for now that I'm talking to you.
Okay, one more question, and then we'll let it in our audience. Ibrahim Babangida, on February 20th, he will launch a book that he wrote, his autobiography. What are you expecting him to answer? Questions you want him to answer in the book?
Oh, well. Okay. I'm not expecting him to answer any questions, because I know that autobiographies are most times hagiographies. The people go on to sing their praises and to tell us how wonderful he has been as a human person, as a man, as a family father. And then from there, he will try to, present us with a hagiography that would whitewash his role in Nigeria's history. But I have to tell you, after Yakubu Gowon's pre-allied government in the from 1967 to 1975, no other government has done up to what Ibrahim Babangida did to wreck Nigeria. Sani Abacha was a killer. Sani Abacha was a brutal killer. He was a murderous dictator, but he didn't do as much. Babangida was a primitive thief. He was a corrupter in chief. He made sure that the gravy went round and corrupted anybody who is corruptible, and then ushered in an era where Nigeria didn't know what to do with itself. So what questions am I expecting him to answer? Should he answer for who killed Delegiwa? He should tell us what he knew about Delegiwa's death. For the first time in the history of Nigeria, a human person, a Nigerian citizen, a veritable member of our society was killed with a letter bomb. Only governments are capable of that. He should tell us what his intelligence agencies knew about Delegiwa's death and how it was connected to Gloria Okon. What killed Gloria Okon? The drug trafficker that was arrested in Malamaminu Kano International Airport and who fingered a lot of people in his government. That she was a courier for them and the woman was killed. Or was she frittered out of the country? And we heard that Delegiwa was on top of that story with his Newswatch magazine. And the government has been harassing him. The DSS arrested him, interrogated him, left him to go, and a few days later, a parcel bomb was sent to his home and smoked him to death. So IBB should answer that question. The buck stopped at his desk while he was our president. What else? Anyway, what about Aliu Dasuki? A lot of Nigerians didn't know what. Now, let me tell you, I live in Germany. A man was brought in here during IBB's reign. His name was Aliu Dasuki. Aliu Dasuki was a relation of the former Sultan of Sokoto, Dasuki, whom Abacha kicked out of office. The story is so very complicated and complex, but it shows you what corruption is. This guy was the front for IBB, for Sani Abacha, for Dasuki himself and for Abubakar Alhaji Abubakar Alhaji, former Nigerian minister to OPEC, who was caught, whom a prostitute stole 500,000 pounds that he cashed and went to OPEC meeting in Austria with, and the woman made away with it, and the Nigerian, and they came out to say it was $37,000, so as not to raise questions from the Austrian police why a minister traveled with 500,000 pounds that he withdrew cash from a London bank into Vienna for a conference, which he was on his way to deposit in a Swiss account. Aliu Dasuki was the front man for all these guys, okay? For IBB, he was investing the monies they were stealing from the Nigerian people in companies across the world, up to $11 billion. $11 billion. If you doubt me, go and read The Stolen Billions by Atowankwo. Every Nigerian that has not read that book doesn't know what Nigeria is all about, doesn't know why we are where we are today. So, and Aliu Dasuki got sick and he was dying. They brought him. Oh, these guys knew he was there, he knew where all their monies were. So they took him to Germany. And you know what happened? Babangida, Abacha, Alhaji, Abubakar Alhaji, and Dasuki flew to Germany because they said that the guy was paralyzed and he couldn't talk anymore. He has lost his speech. So they didn't know what to do. They had to transfer him to London immediately. And it was in London that they realized that the guy was faking it because he was a relation to Abubakar Alhaji and Dasuki, but Abacha and Babangida were not blood relations. So when Abubakar Alhaji and Dasuki were in the room, he would talk to them and reveal to them where they're. And when Abacha and Babangida were in the room, he would not say he would be playing his game that he was. So the guy eventually died, and Babangida sent our presidential jets to ferry him home. So that was why when Abacha came to power, Abacha summoned Dasuki, where is my share of that money? And Dasuki said, yeah, but you heard Aliu couldn't talk. And that was why Dasuki was kicked out as emir. Even though Babangida made entreaties to Abacha to forget that money, forget $11 billion. $11 billion of Nigeria's money. What did Abacha or Babangida do to end that kind of money? So Babangida should answer questions about Aliu Dasuki. He should also answer questions about BCCI, Bank of Credit and Commerce International. This was the bank in the 80s that was the banking every drug lord, drug runner, every armed guns runner in the world then. You go and read America's, the Senate Committee on BCCI scandal. Ibrahim Dasuki was the board member of BCCI in Nigeria. Even when the Americans were investigating BCCI, these guys were still doing business in Nigeria, and they converted themselves to African International Bank. Okay, all the monies that they were stealing, this was the guy they were using to ferry the money out of Nigeria. So he should tell us what he knows about BCCI. Should I continue? He should tell us about June 12th. Why he dribbled Nigeria and spent billions in moving a little bit to the right, a little bit to the left, and at the end of the day to cancel a free and fair election. He should tell us about June 12th. He should answer questions about that. Should I continue? He should answer questions about the 12.4 billion Gulf War oil windfall. He was indicted by the Senate Pius Okibo Committee.
Did you ever see the report? Did we ever have a copy of that report? Pius Okibo?
Read appendices from Atowankwo's Stolen Billions. That's the book. Stolen Billions by Atowankwo, by 4 Dimension Publishers. He should answer questions on the $12 billion oil windfall for Gulf. That money was clearly stolen. He should tell us his relationship with Mike Adenuga. Mike Adenuga was the chairman of Equatorial Trust Bank and DEFCON Bank. Babangida bought into these banks. Is Globalcom Babangida's front? He should answer questions to that effect. He should answer questions about Ecomog. His wife with Len Oil, Debo Adesonia, also what's his name? I've forgotten. That was the guy during the Ecomog, Nigerian soldiers contingent in Sierra Leone. It was estimated that Ecomog needed 3 million liters of oil a month. But Babangida's wife, through Len Oil, Miriam Babangida, through Len Oil, was given the orders to lift 60 million liters of oil per month for EcoMog. And they delivered 3 million liters, and then the rest, what happened to it? Who accounted for it? Where are those monies? Triple Heritage, that was his front. That was his company, holding. What did Triple Heritage produce, and how much of Nigeria people's money went into that? His relationship with Julius Berger. They should account for the building of Abuja. Okay? So don't get me started. Don't just get me started. You know, these guys.
Young people, they point at things like Third Mainland Bridge, Abuja, and said that Babangida built. Why is it that they don't understand the damage that people like you could see? Is it because they were far away, removed from the era?
Yeah, because Nigeria, you know, we have a kind of historical amnesia. Okay, so very easy. When everything has happened, people tend to forget it. But and that's why, because we don't do any critical analysis of issues where the rain, Chinua Achebe called it, where the rain started to beat us. We forget it very easily and think that what is happening today just started today. Nigeria didn't start today. Gowon, during his time, told the world that Nigeria's problem was not how to make money, but how to spend it. And that was when we started importing toothpicks, importing every flotsam and jetsam and rejects of every other society into Nigeria. We staged the first attack in 1977, consuming millions in Squandermania for nothing, just to show that we are rich. But we never made any plans for development. What is Norway doing with their sovereign wealth fund? Norway discovered oil, and the Norwegian sovereign wealth fund is the richest in the world today. Okay, Norway has assured its future for the next 1,000 years with the monies and the interest that they've been able to generate with investing the capital accruing from their resources. What has Nigeria done with its own? Corruption, stealing. Nigerian leaders have stolen up to $300 billion since oil was discovered in 1956 in Nigeria. So it didn't start today. Military governors overnight under Babangida became billionaires. Okay, so there was no, and don't forget that how did Babangida come to power? Many people don't realize that Babangida was accused when Buhari was in Buhari's first radio. Babangida was accused of being a drug dealer, and they were about to fire him. Buhari was about to fire him, and that was when the coup happened. So Babangida has a lot of questions to answer to Nigerians. So I am expecting to read his output, and then let's see what some of the questions that he's able to answer. He should go and reply to Ato Nwankwo's a dissertation. It's just a perfect dissertation on Nigeria from the time of Gowon to Abacha and the June 12th. That was where he stopped. So there are a lot of other books. That was when we came of age. That was when we started writing articles. Babangida was worth up to $30 billion. But you don't see him mentioned anywhere because he has a lot of fronts, okay, that we are fronting for him. And then he built a 50-room mansion in Niger, in Mina, his hilltop residence. Where did he get the money for that? Does becoming a Nigerian president make you a millionaire? How much do you earn as a soldier and as a president that could afford you that kind of lifestyle? These people, they took us for a ride in that country, and then they think that we are all fools, okay? And at the end of the day, the people, their voice will now keep singing. Okay, people like Ojo Zokalo, who we are fronting for Abacha. I remember I remember when they were shouting Abacha must be the president. Even our own Atoeze in Enugu, they were all the ones campaigning for Abacha. Abacha is the best thing to happen after sliced bread, after June 12th. So or Alex Akinyele and the rest of them that were telling us Babangida was the best thing that God ever created. My brother, don't get me started.
Now, one thing about Babangida before we get in our people, the 13th of February 1976, the coup, where they went into, he was sent in there to go and arrest Colonel Dinka, and Dinka left. Nothing happened and disappeared. Do you ever wonder what happened there? Actually, that's my interest in the book. Will he explain what happened? How did he go into the radio station and spoke to Dinka and he left and Dinka was not arrested? And what happened there?
Yeah, that's very interesting. There was some other place I read that he said that he went on a reconnaissance And then he was able to speak to the coup plotters and told them that I am with you. And then he came out with the information. That was what I didn't know what transpired. I was not with him there, but that was what I read sometime, that he said he jogged in there. He went in there as a part of the reconnaissance to see what he could get and then weigh the strength of the troops positioned at the radio station. And then he came out and then remember Dimka was arrested not even at the radio station. He was arrested in Abakaliki.
Yeah, I know.
He was disguised.
But Babangida was sent to go and arrest him at the radio station.
He didn't, so he should tell us from his own perspective. Anyway, the point is Babangida is a very sick man at the moment. I don't think he could write anything. If the highest he could ever do is to dictate something. His ghostwriter should do well to spare us these, not feed us bullshit. They should just tell us the basics what we need to know. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Franklyne. Let's bring in our people and let's have a conversation. All right. You guys know the drill. One question, best question you have for Franklyne, and then we go around. If we have the chance for a second option, second time for you to ask a question, we do that. All right. Let's start with you on politics. Ovie.
Which I don't use 3 weeks prepare for. Now they say one question. You know, see my book. If you say play, we can't play for you. According to laboratory, another banger. Doctor, thank you. I'm not at the talk of a real doctor, not be native doctor. Thank you for another piece, another class. And but this time around, let me come from a different angle. Your approach or your analysis of Trump administration, I know to paraphrase your word, you said sense of history. I was surprised that you end up with Michael Gorbachev alone, which you end up saying that he oversaw the fall of an empire of the Soviet Union, that might happen to America with the coming of Trump. But I think, yes, if you want to just stop at that, you might be right, but since we are in the sense of history, we should take it back a little bit more to the 5th president of America, the man named James Moran, who approached the Joint Congress of America in December 1923, if I'm not mistaken, that let the country know that America has come of age. What I mean by that is that mark the end of the European power shenanigan in the Americas, talking about the Great Britain, the French, and the Soviet Union themselves. And if you see Trump on one angle, that's what Trump administration represents. Trying to go by, trying to tell the Chinese and any other power that gets to listen that come. America, why is our sphere of influence? Has ever been from day one. It will continue. Hence the Panama, the tariff, and all that. Another angle again, going back to the sense of history, is the 25th president of America by the name Williams McKinley, who also centered the administration on tariff. Yes, you can argue that it is protection of the industry, but as at that time, that is what it is. But it was the same that spirit that Trump is also coming with his own tariff, letting that say, this is a fear of influence. Stay clear. But there's still more to that. You went ahead to say that the American, the Japanese, you use Japanese industrial revolution in terms of compared to that of China. But you also forget that that is also the brainchild of America. After the destruction of Japan, they had to come and invest, transfer every other thing that make it what it was. And when they are done, we know where it is today. And it's that same spirit. I mean, a friend of the house, too, Nigeria, always argued the deal between the Chinese and the administration that what's his name, the former statesman from Germany, German too, in the 70s. I'm sorry, who is huh? It's just passed now at the age of 100. The former Secretary of State.
Is it Genscher?
Oh, Kissinger.
No.
Henry Kissinger.
Henry Kissinger. They always argue the deal between the Kissinger-led state administration and that of China, who brought China eventually China into the World Trade Organization, and which explain where Chinese are today. So, if you understand America from that point of view, you also know that the core of American democracy it's not the way you are saying that it's kleptocracy now. That is at the core of America, at the core of American foundation. There is this underlying spirit is America is not just an experiment, but an experiment of idea which to dominate the planet Earth. Now, is that going to happen? Is the story still unfold? But that is what America idealism represents, and that is what they are shooting for. So that's if you look at it from that angle, you will not just stop at what will happen. What happened to Soviet Union? Go back to the economic. But I also agree. I'm happy when you said that the tariff will, who is going to pay for it is going to be America, and it's going to affect them on the short run. You're right, but on the long run, right? Because what happened in the early when McKinley with his own tariff and everything, it led to Great Depression of the 20s. But after the Great Depression, what happened? They bounced back and become what they have today. So from that angle, I think there's more to Trump administration than, as you always say, than what is just the hyperbolic stuff that they are giving to us on the surface. Then China doesn't have the intention of be the world empire. I think again we have to approach it from the American perspective, right? The British took over the world by preaching what civilization. At the end, that their reign, America took over and started spreading what democracy. So, and again, if you say America did not win any war for the past 40 years, then you don't understand the reason why they went into war in the first place. Is to make sure there's no communism anywhere in the world. All the war they fight as a reason why they fight, not necessarily because of the resources, but to make sure there's nothing that we actually compete with them, not the resources of that state or that region. So that's what all the fight is about. I'm sorry. So China's are coming with what is missing within the development world, which is what infrastructure, right? We've been civilized by the British. We've been given democracy by the American, quote unquote. In the future, it's going to be what we are going to be taken over by the Chinese because of what is missing, which is the infrastructure development. So there's a long-term ambition on the Nigerian stage. You're talking about which you start. There's a need for us to start feeding ourselves, which I totally agree with. But again, if you listen to Davos, our own Minister of Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Odunwole, said that we, in responding to some questions, said we went to France to bring France to come and farm in Nigeria and export the food out. That's what is happening in the Northeast, as you refer to, killing and everything, taking over and investing in the agro business and other taking that. So I appreciate your analysis of that aspect. But in terms of Trump, I think there is more serious issue at stake than just something like that in the 90s.
Well, thank you very much. I always enjoy the questions coming from the house here, because but here I come to interact with a host of brilliant Nigerians. If you know about empires, imperial expansion, America has been running the world since 1945 as an empire of bases. America has over 800 military bases across the length and breadth of this globe. And that was exactly what ancient Rome did. Okay? If you come to Germany here, there are places that are called limes. Rome has pockets of fortresses from where it was able to control large swaths of land and peoples. Rome dominated Egypt. Don't forget, Egypt was a power for 3,000 years, a civilization. Rome dominated Greece. Greece was also a civilization. Rome dominated the then known world. But what happened late in the day? Rome collapsed due to an over expansion of herself, her military, her resources. It was not an event. It was a process. It took 400 years. So America may not collapse tomorrow. But if you look at the indices today, the process has already started. That's why I say Trump may end up being simply an undertaker. Okay? He is not to be fair to him, he's not the cause. Okay? America's problem didn't start with him. This problem has been America abandoned manufacturing and went for financialization. So if you call America spreading America never spread democracy anywhere, because America supported the worst dictators and overthrew many democratically elected governments across the world, starting from Iran, Chile, Salvador Allende in 73, Panama. Okay, you just mentioned it. There is no continent on earth that America has not, a torpedoed democracy. So it's not about spread. They never spread democracy to anybody. It's just like ancient Rome. It's about power, dominance. And under Trump, Trump 1.0, they call it full spectrum dominance. It didn't even start with it. It started with the enterprise for the new American century under George Bush. Okay. So, and that was what led them into the mistakes of Iraq and Afghanistan, where the United States spent $2 trillion in a war that was nothing, was not designed to bring anything. So if you say anybody calling America a democracy, I have another view. It has all the paraphernalia of democracy, but democracy as a system of government, no. What America is just a capitalist oligarchy that is bent on. Come to think of it, what is it? Is democracy supposed to be the government of the people? Are the people governing? Since Citizens United, corporations have more powers than citizens in the United States. Okay, so these are the things. When you talk about the Monroe Doctrine and that's the presidency of McKinley and their tariffs and isolationism, the world has changed radically since then. America didn't become great after the Great Depression. What saved the whole world from the Great Depression was the Second World War. Okay, the manufacturing that it spurned across board. It saved Germany too. Hitler sent German youths to war and to production. It brought Germany out of the Great Depression, it brought the United States out of the Great Depression as well. America sent her citizens to Europe to fight a war, and then the women went to the workshops and started producing planes. And then at the end of the day, the British Empire collapsed. And the only other power that was ready to rise from the ruins of war was the United States. And to sustain that, they stole scientists and they stole blueprints from Germany and Japan. Don't forget that Japan nearly flogged the United States at Midway with Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto as the leader of the Japanese Imperial Navy. So the Japanese were producing 0 fighters. Okay, these were Mitsubishi engines that were flying Japanese planes and ships. So these guys were far advanced than the United States in the 20s. So likewise, Germany. So don't think that. So what America did is, once these people were defeated, they cutted their industries, brought them to the United States, and started utilizing them for their own development. This is what empires do. Rome conquers Egypt and brings Egyptian slaves to Rome, and they start building beautiful buildings and all the rest. So it's imperial. It's not that America is, but America is doing what every other empire would have done in her state. But what I'm saying is that America may is a probability. If this ship is not righted, okay, isolationism is not going to cut it today. Have you ever been to China? Visit Shenzhen. That's where you will see that China has taken over the future. America will never catch up with these guys anymore. You guys were waxing strong with ChatGPT. What happened a few days ago with DeepSeek? Okay, we are talking about Trump has withdrawn from the Paris Climate Accord. And then this is where it was a lot of these countries decided we are going to invest more on electric vehicles instead of on internal combustion engines. The Chinese are leading there now. The Europeans are sacking people from their auto industries, but the Chinese are now rising. Go to BYD and see the cars they are producing. These guys have taken over. It is if you have a kid, start teaching that kid Mandarin. Okay, these guys are there right now. So, and there is no amount of isolationism that is going to cut it now for the United States. So the only thing is for America. First of all, I thought Biden was going to invest a lot of money in American infrastructure, the bridges that were collapsing, or fast rail lines to cut across the continent from New York to the West Coast. The Chinese transported 200 million people over the weekend in their rails, their high-speed rails, which are the best in the world today. And these are the guys you're competing with. Go to their vocational schools and see what is happening. You know that the West has lost it. So we are now watching a gradual decline of the West. It's unfortunate that America is just the poster boy of the West at the moment. And then America is going to senseless wars. How many wars have the Chinese fought in the last 40 years? 0. How many has the United States fought? Almost every other year. America has been at war for over 200 years of its 270 years existence. But the Chinese have been very busy developing themselves, investing resources in their own people and in their own infrastructure. What is the United States doing? Many Americans don't have health insurance. Go to Mississippi, go to Alabama, go to all the southern states, and you see poverty that is worse than what we have in Bangladesh. But the Chinese were the people that conducted what is actually a miracle. Everything is just, folklore. The Chinese were able, in the space of 30 years, to bring 700 million people out of poverty. Who else has ever done it? The United States has not done that. Europe has not done that. So we are just underrating these guys from the East, because we have go to China and see for yourself. And after that, you will stop seeing things from the American perspective. You start seeing this from the global perspective, from the perspective of the facts before you. So that's just all I'm saying. America is a great country. I love the land and the people. But civilizations come and go. Powers come and go. America may have been seen, maybe on her last laps. If the policymakers, they are very busy. Come to think of it, what are American values anymore? America was the country that stood against the genocide that Hitler committed against the Jews. But America today is supporting the genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza. What are American values? Democracy. America used to be a beacon of democracy. But what is happening today? Trump himself has equally cast doubts on the democratic institutions. So it's not that I'm not even Trump this time. In the last election, I was praying that Biden will lose. I would never have voted for Biden. I would have voted for Jill Stein. Okay? But Trump won it, which is to say, how many Americans voted for him? Obama, our brother, came to power. Obama was not able to rescue the middle class, which he promised on a platform upon which he ran. So Trump was actually a creation of Obama. Obama saved Wall Street. Obama saved Detroit. But the common people who were suffering at the hands of these mistakes that the bankers made were left hanging on their own. And these were some of the people that voted for Trump. So the Democrats, I'm a lifelong liberal, because it seems that knowledge has a liberal bent. But this time around, the Democrats fucked up big time, if I'm to use that word. Excuse my French. So that is it.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Let's go to Michael. You're next.
Hi. Hello, Dr. Rudolph.
Yes.
Dr. Franklyne, is good to see you again. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. It's my pleasure.
My brother. Like all nations say, you send me back to school. You see all my notes here. I'm writing down every point that you made. And I thank you so much for coming again to speak to us. Because every time you come here, you bring important issue to the table so that we can discuss and probably find solution to it. So I'm very grateful for you, and thank God for your intelligence, Dr. Franklyne. I have a lot of points that I jot down, about 6 or 7. But the key thing that I want to take that you talk about when Dr. Rudolph asked you about the Sharia law coming down to the West. As a Yoruba individual, because I've read much about it, because it takes me at this point of my life to go back and read the history of the Yoruba people, because I know I'm a Yoruba, I can speak the language, I'm thinking that I know everything, but it's not true. You have to know your people right from the historical perspective to understand what is going on. I want you to speak a little bit about the Sharia. In my own opinion and perspective, I may be wrong. Sharia law is coming to forefront right now, in the sense that the Northerners feel that the Yoruba are more cohesion, they are together. There's not been any conflict or any kind of issue or disunity among them. So now they're bringing that Sharia as a thumb up and throwing it in. Because now I'm hearing the Sokoto Caliphate or the Emir of Sokoto that is engineering and bringing forward this Sharia law to the West. And I'm looking at it, at what point are you bringing this Sharia law now? I think for some reason, I don't know, because Tinubu is a Muslim, maybe he thinks that Tinubu will support him with 100%. And from what I know in the history, because I know for the time when what's the name was there before the announcement, you talk about it. That's the election of this man, the rich guy. What's his name again?
Abiola.
Abiola. You know, Abiola make a promise to the Northern. That's why he went wide for that election, that when he comes in, he's going to bring some of the Sharia law to the West. And I don't know if anybody realized that, because I was in Nigeria and I followed it up very deeply. He promised them that, and the fact that, again, that I found out that Babangida did what he did with the help of CIA, because Abiola make a promise that when he comes in as a Nigerian president, the West will pay back reparation to Africans, either they like it or not. It was huge. I don't know if everybody followed that news. It was huge. Just like Gaddafi said that. What is the end of Gaddafi? Because I'm looking at this thing, is it coincidental or what is it? Abiola said it, it was gone. Gaddafi said it was gone. So those are the things that I want to just to talk on that Sharia law, because my opinion is like they now bringing Sharia law to destabilize this, you know, the status quo or the tranquility that has been going on for some time among the Yoruba, or to quench the agitation of Yoruba nation. Go ahead. The floor is yours, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, the point is that your instincts are in the right place. If you listen to Obasanjo, when Obasanjo became president in 1999, that was when Shehu Yerima from Guzau in Zamfara state started the agitation for Sharia. And then you have to know, during the 1978 Constituent Assembly, Shehu Shagari, who eventually became Nigerian president, they were the guys that led a walkout because they wanted Sharia to be given a prominent place in the Nigerian 1979 Constitution. Okay, but let me say a word about the Yoruba people before I go, before I make my point about the Sharia. This great nation has been one of the most tolerant nations that we have in Nigeria, the Yorubas. It is in Yoruba land that you will see a family that has a Christian, a Muslim, and an animist as father, mother, and kid, and they are living very peacefully. You know, Nigerians should learn a lesson in tolerance from that, religious tolerance. So you will see in a family, you will see, you know, the wife, Bola Tinubu's wife is a Christian pastor, and Bola Tinubu himself is a Muslim. The Yorubas are not in this kind of militant religious, you know, fight or wars. No, they believe in live and let live, just like it should be. So whenever Sharia has been raised in Nigeria, it's always a political issue. It has been raised as a part of the plan of the northern elite who believe that they've been schemed out of power to want to get back at the rest of us. It happened in 1978. That was one of the major reasons why Shagari was allowed to become president, because he never won that election. One of Awolowo took him to court, and it was decided that they were going to decide on the 2/3 of 19 states, which should be 13. And then the Supreme Court did a mathematical abracadabra and gave Shagari that, with Obasanjo sanctioning it as the head of state, because they didn't want to upset this ethnic nationality that has the largest number of soldiers in the Nigerian army. Okay, so it was a political issue in 1978 that brought Shagari in 79. It was a political issue in 1999 when Obasanjo, because they believed they lost Abacha. Abacha was their man. Abacha was stealing on behalf of the northern elite. So Bagudu today, that is in Tinubu's government, was Abacha's bagman. Okay, so we all know these guys. So, and today again, power has moved south. El Rufai is no longer satisfied that his share in what he believed to be a government that he helped usher in is not. So that's why El Rufai is one of the major problems in Nigeria. I want to tell you guys. So he will go in and then touch his base, and then they will start all this agitation. So even though Tinubu is a Muslim, they don't believe that Tinubu is a real Muslim. They believe that Tinubu is a Muslim second class. That's what some people in the northern elite believe. That's just a fact. And they will tell you that to your face. So it's a political issue. It has nothing to do with religion. Okay? Because under the Nigerian constitution, there's freedom of religion. Everybody has a right to preach his religion anyway. Nobody's stopping you from doing that. Sharia is a part of our penal code in northern Nigeria. So it's been given a place that customary laws were given under the Nigerian law. Okay, so anybody that is just trying to talk about Sharia, bringing Sharia to the West, they are just trying to play politics and then try to, as a negotiating tool to get back to power the next time around. It's all about the elite infighting amongst themselves. So it's not about the welfare of the Muslim or Christian Nigerian. No, it's just an inter-elite war. They are fueling among themselves, trying to use the common people as a fodder. That's why I love the book by Dele Farotimi, where he wrote, "Don't die in their wars." Okay, so it's nothing to write him about. There is just it's a storm in the teacup of the elite in Nigeria. So don't bother very much about that. Abiola was a part of the Nigerian elite. Don't forget, Abiola has some shady past. Abiola, the CIA had him on their books as a drug dealer. Don't forget that. Abiola was the guy that led, IBB sent him to lead the Nigerian delegation to join the OIC, Organization of Islamic Conference, in 1986. So Abiola was a part of the establishment. It was the establishment that brought him up, that killed him, actually. So they knew what they were doing. They were just sharing Nigeria's money. Fela was so very bold to call Abiola a thief together with Obasanjo. He sang it, ITT, International Thief. He said Obasanjo was stealing money with Abiola. Fela never minced words. And people thought that Fela was a madman. Fela was just stealing. Fela said, sue me, make an open book for una. And none of them had the courage to do that. So we knew these guys didn't start today to steal Nigeria blind. How did Abiola, you ask yourself, how did Abiola become wealthy? ITT. What is ITT? ITT was a CIA front, International Telecommunication and Telegraph Company. So a CIA front, everybody knew that. And he was involved in contracts with the Nigerian army, supplying them with walkie-talkies, and IBB was in the signals then. And that's how they got, this, my brother, Nigeria is not a very complex place to understand. All you need to do is just to read the autobiographies of these guys themselves. They are able to tell you what they did themselves. And then you could just join the dots together and see what is happening. So that's why when these elites are fighting, just forget them. They will come. El Rufai was a part of the team that wanted to scuttle the election that brought Tinubu to power. Okay, Tinubu himself was spilling his guts to the CIA in Lagos against Buhari. That Buhari was a religious bigot. WikiLeaks brought it to the fore. Go and read WikiLeaks' revelation on Nigeria. He was telling the CIA that this guy is a religious bigot. He should not be Nigeria's president. And after they reached a deal, and Buhari wanted to pay him back in a very, very subtle manner. And then that was when he told Buhari, Emiloko, it's my turn. We reached a deal. So if you dare scuttle, I will tell the world what we did with this country. Okay. And that was when Buhari, took a step back and started supporting him half-heartedly. But don't forget that Buhari's minions in Aso Rock, we are fighting a war against Tinubu, who had a deal with Buhari. After you better give me this baton or else. So the Emiloko was not for Nigerians. It was a direct message to Buhari. It's my turn. We had a deal. So Nigeria, they have apportioned Nigeria to their avaricious estates. It's not because of you and I. They don't care about us. Michael Jackson said it. These guys, they don't care about us. They care about themselves. So don't die in their war, my brother.
All right. Thank you, Michael. Let's go to Femi.
Yeah. Good morning, Doctor. Nice listening to you again. So straight up, I wonder what your thoughts are on the way, how do I phrase this? On the way we have surface level and defiant views regarding number one, the situation with Trump 2.0. And the fact that he being who he is, Trump that is, he being who he is, he has I don't know if it's a subtle way because he has a lot of braggadocio. He has a way of just acting like, in my own opinion, as a grown-up adult child, throwing tantrums all over the place. He doesn't tend to think about anything. And the reason why I ask this question is because I have conversations with um, especially this particular guy at my job, he was a Marine for at least 20 years. And part of where he was stationed was in Djibouti. So, and it comes across as first of all, he's white. It comes across as someone that understands the dynamics. That's why being white, he understands the angle of white privilege, the place of America in the world, the kind of things America has continuously done over time. And I was shocked when, maybe I shouldn't say I was shocked. He kind of like brought me to the awakening of the fact that in the 2000s, the early 2000s, that was when, in addition to what you explained earlier, that was about the demanufacturization of America, if you will. That was when you started seeing certain trends in terms of how America has become even more divided. I say this to say as well, just to summarize as well, that also when you now connect it to what is going on in Rwanda right now, I was actually shocked. I didn't even realize that Kagame was actually also part of his training was in the US as well. So that was when I started connecting all these dots, like, you know what, even if America decides in the language of Trump to go back to America being forced, can America still be trusted? Again, the central part of my question being that, do you think we oversimplify things by looking at it at the surface as humans generally?
Okay, thank you very much. At my job, as while I was doing my PhD, one of the things that I was taught was to never to take things at face value. To look at the patterns. Once you recognize the patterns, you will say where. And then history is very important. Although history most times is what the winners have, written that we should believe. Okay, come to let us lay some basics. Divisions in the American society. In 2050, what do you think will be the most spoken language in the United States?
Spanish.
In the first Trump 1.0, who were the major victims of his bots of jokes? Mexicans. They are rapists. They are that and that. And then under the very same Trump, across many administrations, the conservatives have been fighting to stop abortion. Even if your father raped you should bring the child to term. What is it all about? It's all about white fright. The whites are afraid that they're going to be a minority in the United States. So they want because white people are not giving birth, to kids anymore. So, and they are afraid that they are going to be replaced in their own home country. If you listen to the people that took ticket torches when Trump was in power the first time to criticize, what they were chanting was, "You are not going to replace us. You are not going to replace us." Why are they doing that? There is this fear among conservative white America that they run the risk of being replaced in their own country. Okay? Their population is dwindling. The Mexicans and Spanish is going to be the major language in 2050 if care is not taken. So they are trying to use every instrument of state to stem that tide, to make sure that white women, abortion should be abolished. Produce kids, white kids. And then if you know that black women suffer more maternal deaths in America, a first world country, than any other place. So these are patterns. Once you look at them, you may be able to ask that. So it's all about white fright. The whites are afraid. They are not producing kids anymore. And they are afraid that the Mexicans, the Spanish, are going to reclaim the land that was theirs. So all these 2025 and all the rest, it's all about the white fragility and white fright. And they are afraid because they know this conservative white America knows the crimes they have committed to almost all the races that make up this complex sport that is America. The Spanish, the speaking Mexicans, the African Americans, the Native American Indians. So they are afraid of the repercussions. They are afraid of, payday. So all this boils down to that. That's my theory. Because if you see the way, why would a rational man say that abortion should not be permitted, even if person was raped, and the rapists, a woman is carrying the child of a rapist. It's not about transgender anything. These are just the surface areas. The major thing, look at it, is about white fragility, white fright. The whites in America are afraid. Trump wants to stop immigration, illegal immigration to the United States. Who are the illegals? Colored people. People from Norway are not illegals. He wants them to come in. People from Sweden are not illegals. He wants them to. So it's about white fright. It's the same. Is anybody talking about Ukrainians in America? How many thousands of Ukrainians did you guys absorb? But he's going to deport Nigerians. Is anybody going to deport Ukrainians to Ukraine? No. It's about white fright. It's the same is happening in Europe. You will see it. Germany absorbed millions of Ukrainians. But Germany is complaining that people are coming here as refugees. But Ukrainians came here as refugees. Who is talking about them? Nobody. They are refugees first class. The refugees second class are Africans and colored people that are to be deported. So that is just what is happening. There's the population going is about, they are afraid of being displaced. So you can understand that. So you see Trump's policies. He's throwing tantrums. He's just a poster boy. Trump is the guys ruling America today. It's not even Trump. It was formerly the military industrial complex. But today, the Silicon Valley, this oligarchy that has come into money, they are just like the merchants of the Middle Ages. You know, they were the feudal lords. It was these merchants that broke feudalism down. The feudal lords had lands and estates given to them by the king, maybe because of valor in battle. But these people, once in the Middle Ages, Marco Polo discovered the way to India and came back. And these people started trading from Venice, from everywhere. And these common people came into huge money. That was how banking started. The Jews started lending. And it broke the back of feudalism. This oligarchy, oligarchy made available or made possible by the social media or by the internet technology and computer technology is the transformation. AI is coming now. The transformation is unprecedented. We have not seen the end of it. A lot of people are going to come into money and wealth that has not been possible in the past. And these are going to break the back of the old money that we used to know. And it's going to engender a lot of changes. This is the way I'm seeing it. I'm just, but the white fright persists, is real. And that's most of the policies that Trump is implementing. He's just throwing bones to his base, this conservative white America. But the actual people that are actually governing the United States today are going to be people like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and all the rest of them. Where once a woman could donate 100 million and tell Trump, this is your policy on Palestine, you can understand what else is going to be possible. And since Citizens United, America lost the battle for democracy to the companies. Corporate interests are the ones governing. And then, anyway, they didn't start today. They started even under Kennedy. Chiquita Bananas, United Banana Company. They were all the guys that were making sure that CIA commit atrocities and then overthrow governments in Latin America, popularizing the word banana republic. So the multinational interests has always determined American state policy, foreign policy, and economic policy. And it's going to be the same case. Did it start today? We saw the rich barons of the Vanderbilts and all the rest of them. So you have to understand, America is a land, when they call it a land of opportunity, is a land where you could do a little, and then if the time is right, you could come into excessive wealth. But you have to belong to the right race to do that. But today, that's been democratized by the internet technology. I don't know where this is leading to, but Trump is not stupid. Anybody that underrates that guy is in for a shock. I underrated him in his first term. For him to pull this off once more, he's not stupid. He has tapped into a primitive feeling in conservative America that will always. Trump stood in his first term and said, if I stand on the Times Square and shoot somebody, nothing is going to happen to me. And we thought he was joking. This second time around showed you that. So he has gotten a huge mandate, and then he's going to use it the way he wants. I don't know whether he will go the way of revenge, vengeance on all those who stood against him like Hitler did when he came to power. We don't know. But this is to tell you that more than half of the American people voted for Trump. That shows you that this primitive feeling, this primitive current that he tapped into exists in the American population. And that's what should frighten you.
All right. Thank you, Femi. Franklin, let me just stop the questioning from people and see if you can extend this conversation to Nigeria. The primitive feeling.
Okay.
Is it in Nigeria, and is it going to be seen more? Are we going to see more of that? You know, for instance, I can go to the north and say we are hearing that Hausa people in the north are revolting against the Fulani people. Is that something that it could lead to something else big in transforming the country? Or in the southeast, you know, we're watching Kagame talking about Tutsi in Congo and Tutsi and trying to make the case that they were being unjustly treated, and that's why we should actually support them. Are you seeing that? Are you seeing any kind of extension of this to Nigeria?
Well, you know, every context is different. The Nigerian context, the Fulanis and the Hausas have been at each other's throats in northern Nigeria, Zamfara and Sokoto. They've been killing each other it's been many things have been underreported. Okay, the Fulanis are attacking the Hausa communities and then trying to deprive them of their land and resources. And there has been a kind of war out there. In Nigeria, the average Nigerian on the streets of Enugu, Lagos, Aba, Ibadan, anyway, has been so very impoverished that everybody is now fighting for daily bread. Nigerians are now singing this prayer, give us this, they are fighting for daily bread. They don't care. And this impoverishment, I believe, is systematic, that people don't care anymore about politics. Their hopes have been so much dashed that Nigerians don't see any salvation anymore coming from politicians. They want to eat today and survive the bandit tomorrow, and then not be shot by the police or killed by malaria. So Nigerians are still hankering after the Maslownian needs, the basics. So it's only when you have taken care of the basics that you could start philosophizing. Okay, Nigerians are not at the level at this moment to philosophize about the future they want, because they are so very impoverished by government policies. What is our education like? How much money, how much of your salary do you spend on food in Nigeria alone? How much do you spend on healthcare? Healthcare, you're not even sure. If you are shot in Nigeria, you go to the hospital, the chances of you dying is 80%. Okay, so these are the issues. So if you come, but the primitive currents are still there. Many young Igbo people are supporting Trump because they believe they were told that Trump is going to give them Biafra. I'm sorry, but that's the case. They don't even know what policies Trump has. He's a man. Many Nigerians, Christians, are supporting Trump because they believe that Trump will show the homosexuals fire and pepper. That there are only two sexes. If it is not a man or a woman, let Trump show these guys pepper. Other policies of Trump, they don't care. What they want is that Trump treats those they dislike with disdain, then they are good. You know, so ideology, Christian ideology, even Muslims too. Okay, many Northerners hate Trump because they believe, or whatever. So the primitive currents are still there, but these currents, are they even productive or progressive? What are they going to bring to the table for the ordinary or average Nigerian? Is it going to change the looters that are in power from looting? Last Christmas, I was watching young Nigerians going from Southeast. People are now throwing money, in bundles. Okay. And people are calling a few guys billionaires. And then if you come to an occasion, if you don't throw it in bundles, and people are, spraying dollars, then I am querying, in an economy where the, income per capita is not even up to $1,000, you see a few people throwing dollars out. Okay. And then what does that tell you about that economy? And then you could look at it vis-a-vis the kidnappings in the society. Okay, you could look at it vis-a-vis the fact that the government seems to have lost control over economic policy, over security, over every other thing. So, and then you see a modern Wild West. There is a lot of money, but this money is in the hands of a few people. And then a lot of poor people are singing the praises of these few that have the money. In 1789 France, the poor people were not singing the praises of the rich. They took scamiters and cut off their heads. So if the poor cannot sleep, the rich should beware. Okay, and it's a disgrace to be very rich in a very poor society. That was Confucius that say that. So that is the primitive currents are still there in Nigeria. It's Christianity or religion. Religion is one. Tribe is the second. If you tell an Igbo man that an Hausa man has done something or killed his brother, or you will see an Igbo man agitating, give us Biafra tomorrow and all the rest. If you tell Hausa man the same, that the Yoruba man has shot his cattle, you say, oh, these people, they are going, So religion, tribe, and who is the Oga that I should dobale that is feeding me today. These are the currents that will lead us to fight a war closing our eyes, even without, but that these people are collectively stealing us blind. No, it doesn't touch anybody. That they stole our elections. No, it doesn't touch anybody. That they are making sure that our hospitals are not running, or that our schools lack facilities to teach our children, or that there's no power in Nigeria. Is any Nigerian talking about power generation anymore? Or that we don't have power? No, if power comes, good. If it doesn't come, we are resigned. We'll go to church and pray. So if you attack my religion, I will kill you. If you attack my pastor that is stealing from all of us, these are the kind of primitive currents that agitate Nigerians, but never progressive ones.
All right, thank you. Chim, you're next.
Sorry, Rudolph, you can skip me because I got engrossed with something else, and it would be very unfair to ask any question. Although I don't agree with a couple of things he said, but it's never a lost moment to listen to Dr. Ogbunwezeh, very intellectual. So I will let some other person speak.
All right, thank you, Chim.
Give me time.
John Abba, go ahead.
Doctor, I'm privileged now. Good to see you again. The husband of my grandmother. Your wisdom is beyond reach. I'll have so much to do. I said, let me see. I watched you from the beginning, and let me come and say hi to you and thank you for sharing your deep knowledge with us. I don't mind the brother that said they don't have so much. Everybody will disagree. These are bigger trash. But I was wearing a pull-up, so I couldn't do so much water. I screwed that I don't feel too much on myself because Ube was asking too many questions, so I explained, but it's all right. Um, you have already touched what I wanted to ask you about, which is the ideology that divides us. That instead of holding those that are robbing us, and then we play religion, we play tribal, and the language of the wealthy people is one, is to dominate. And we, the whatever the Nigerian call it, masses or the people, the majority. So it baffles me, but you already answered. So I'm not going to stay too long, but I listened to your wisdom and thank you. And I was thinking that the book by Babangida was a biography. I didn't know he was still alive. And they say it's biography, want to talk about this life. And I hope I will see in his book where he's earnest to detect what you want them to write on it. Because I always believe when you are in your 90s and go close to our age, you are not in your right mind to say so much things to be right. But I'm looking forward to his book and to see whether to be honest, because I believe in the wisdom of when you're going to leave this world as an old man, you want to tell people your regret, and the only thing is to be honest about it, because you are not coming back to this world. So I'm looking forward to that. But meanwhile, thank you, you're a great man. Dr. Rudy, I think you have changed your glasses again. I see you again.
All right, thank you, John Abba.
Thank you. Well, let me just make a remark. Thank you, my brother. Chim, I want you to know I love disagreements. I am when I'm thinking and trying to build up my theories, it doesn't mean that it's the only option that there is. There are a lot of people see it from that's why I don't insist on my ideas, because I may be wrong. Okay, there may be variables I may be overlooking. So don't ever shy away from challenging because we all learn that way. So anybody that tells you that because I disagree, I'll keep quiet. No, bring it out. Let us all share. And then that will equally help me sharpen the edges of my theories if I didn't take cognizance of a piece of information along the line. So my brother.
So the truth is, I'm actually doing something else on another screen. Okay. And it is dishonest of me to be trying. I was listening, but I wasn't listening 100%. So whatever issues I didn't seem to agree, I still believe it would be very unfair to make any comments without being 100% part of this program, which I wasn't. And I'm being honest about it.
Thank you. Thank you for your honesty.
Yeah.
Good. All right, Chim, thank you. All right, let's go to KJ.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Doc. Listening to you, like I said the last time, it's like those days when we go to the community during the Christmas period, there's this Itu in the night. The elders gather you and tell you different kinds of stories that teaches one lesson or the other. So listening to you took me back to my secondary school days. I used to have a government teacher, Obilo. When you sit in his class, you go through the whole world. He takes you around the whole world and bring you back to what you want to teach. So you have taken us, through a lot. It reminded me of so many stories that we listened to, all what you touched. Our parents and our uncles sit down in the parlor those days and discuss these things. And some of what you just mentioned, I would like to go back and look at them again. And I really, really enjoyed listening to you. I don't know. Sometimes when you mention Trump, people think that the Igbos are hoping that, Trump is coming to give us Biafra. I don't see where that is coming from because those who are in the front, who are in the campaign for the coming of Biafra, have never mentioned one day that we are believing that Trump is going to come and give us Biafra. Having said that, I also want to ask you, do you think that that same mentality that is having Trump to keep making sure that, the white people don't lose the grip of power, is that the same thing happening in the East, that they are trying to make sure that Igbos don't come to dominance because they're afraid that eventually when that happens, they probably lose power also? So the best way to do is make sure the East have nothing to hold on to and no force of power to be able to actualize that desire. Thank you so much.
My brother, you've just summarized history, both ancient and modern. It's not only once somebody challenges you in a war, the tendency has always been the victors will try to make sure that doesn't repeat. Germany is being kept down. If you know the number of American military bases in Germany alone since after the war, because in a space of 6 years, Adolf Hitler was able to colonize the whole of Europe, build Atlantic walls, nearly defeated the British at the Battle of Britain. Okay? Blitzkrieg. He was able to Holland, Belgium, France. France was a power then in the 20s. So Hitler defeated all these armies and marched into the Soviet Union in 41. Okay? But due to the Russian winter and all the rest of them, he lost at Stalingrad, and then the 6th Army under the General Paulus was captured by the Russian, surrendered, and then they started beating him back. The Americans never saw a formidable fighting force like the Nazis. Remember, it was not the West that won the Second World War. It was the Russians. Russia sacrificed 20 million men under arms for that. Okay? The war started in 1939. Hitler invaded Poland. The British came in support of Poland, and then France and all the rest of them. Hitler was beating the shit out of all these guys, except for the British Isles, okay, which he couldn't. He should have invaded, but he decided to bomb London and other major cities to submission. And then he was defeated at the Battle of Britain by the Royal Air Force. And what happened? They took back. Hitler encircled the British Expeditionary Force at Dunkirk. And then British sailors, hobby sailors, went to France to pick up their soldiers. In 1940, everybody was already finished until Hitler made the mistake of marching into Russia. So from 1940 till 1944, the only people that were fighting Hitler were the Russians and the British. So the West came in at Normandy on the 6th of June 1944 when they landed. And then in 45, the war ended. So America came in with the Allied forces only 1 year. The Russians have borne the brunt of it. So what that showed you that the German army and the German high command was a very formidable fighting force. They had the industry, they had the financial wherewithal to support that war. So at the end of the day, what did the United States do? They said, with these people, we have to be very careful. We are never, ever going to let them rise to power to the extent that they're going to challenge the peace of the war ever again. Germany was kept down. The Japanese were kept down. Okay? And that was what happened after the Nigerian Biafran War. What you call no victor, no vanquished was just a system to keep this major challenge. You have to remember, I have a few books in German that I never read in Nigeria until I got here and learned German. Now, the Igbos were not fighting only against the Nigerian forces because the federal forces were not the major actor. The major actors in the war was the British government. They were after their oil resources in Biafra. So and even today, you guys don't know who you are fighting. You're not fighting Nigeria. You are fighting the same forces that fought you at the first Biafran war. Their oil resources is still. Desiani Alison Madweka, what happened to her? She was seconded to Shell BP. She became a director in Shell and became a minister. And she was accused of misappropriating money. At the end of her tenure, where did she go to? She flew to England and they gave her asylum. And you guys are not going to do anything to her because she was a British agent. But Ndi Igbo that have never even known, they have never even read, they have not seen any white paper on that the British government issued on the Biafran issue, the new Biafran issue. You think you're fighting Tinubu or Buhari? No, these guys have been given the go-ahead order to deal ruthlessly with that nonsense. So you're still fighting the same forces. But we don't know that. Who do you think arranged for the Nnamdi Kanu's rendition to Nigeria? So this is when you tell our people, they don't. I am at a pitch where I'm not going to say a lot of things online. You get the point? So you are fighting the very same forces that you fought in 67 to 70. And then you think that they're going to look at you with ease. Nigerian oil is the Bonny Light Sweet crude, one of the best crude oil we have anywhere in the world market. And Shell BP is still a major player. Go and read WikiLeaks expose on Nigeria. Shell BP seconds people to every major Nigerian government parastatal. They know everything you're doing. Forget what IMF. IMF had people in the Nigerian Central Bank and the Nigerian Economics Ministry. So these guys are determining your policy. But our young people who don't know anything will come out and scream online, give us weapons. Give you weapons to fight who? You don't even know the forces you're fighting. So we can dialogue Nigeria. That's why I'm against every person that says, let's give me weapons to go fight. No. Because if you know what happened in Biafra, if you know that you fought forces, look at it. In Biafra for the first time, ideological enemies came together to break your backs. Russia was supplying the MiG jets using Egyptian fighter pilots. The United States was giving her lapdog, the British government, a chance to do whatever they want with Biafra. So everybody kept quiet. The very first televised genocide in African history was Biafra. But an Igbo man will stand, and we will tell them, hey, come on, take it easy. No, they wouldn't listen to anybody. They will call us hotelintellectuals. Maybe because we went into the libraries or into the classified documents to see what those guys are actually about. Why would an African stand up to kill his African brother because of what? Because we didn't see that these guys are manipulating us like pawns in their chessboard. It's about our resources, about oil. If not because of oil, and you are talking about Biafra, they'll ask you to go. If you don't have any resources, nobody will listen to you. That's why I've always been pleading. There are a lot of things I will never say because I know what is on the line. But we should be very careful in what we are wishing. Okay, we should be very, very careful. It's not as easy as that. So the rendition of Nnamdi Kanu to Nigeria is still being held when every other person, ask yourself, Boko Haram people are being granted amnesty. But Nnamdi Kanu that I've never seen a rifle in his hand. He's still in detention. Two governments have failed, and they are just playing it. He go to court and then they will adjourn it ad infinitum, and he will come again. He'll just make speeches, and he does all that. I just forget him. My brother, Nigeria is a property of some people believe Nigeria is their property, but the day the Nigerians will rise, that's what I. So we should sometimes use our heads. They believe that we don't think, and I believe sometimes if you want to hide anything, they say hide from a black man, hide it in a book. Our people should start reading. Once we do that, we should see what these people are doing with us, and then that will help us to think and articulate our positions, and then find a way of implementing it. A Yoruba man is more of my brother. An Hausa man is more of my brother. So why should I carry a weapon? Because the people are playing our elites like piano. So, no, these are not my enemies. They're not my problems. Okay, my problems are greater than that. And the only salvation of the Nigerian is brain power. We should go back to it and start using it. If we stop thinking, the Igbos call it akonuche. On the Biafran issue, we dropped the ball big time. We didn't use our akonuche. We didn't use our heads. We were just using our emotions. And watch how many people have died. Osu, local government, also he took one, all the rest of them. Ihembozi axis, Anambra, the border between Anambra and Imo State is a wasteland. And we attracted that for ourselves by letting this get to this level.
All right.
So we should be very careful. We should think more than make a lot of noise. We make a lot of noise, but thinking is what I believe should be. It's our salvation. That's why we are better than animals, that we can think.
Thank you so much, Dr. Franklyne. We have Pansat and more. I don't know how much time you still have with us. I don't know if we need to take a break. I just wanted to hear from you. If you want to.
I think Doctor has lost the right to that question. Doctor, lost the right.
My Oga Moena is in I can see him here.
Yeah, he's here. Yeah, I know.
You should ask us that question. When are we ready to let him go? He's not going until we say so. He has lost that legitimacy. It lies on us to let him go. Doctor is not going anywhere.
Yeah, please, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I wish to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Moen.
Yes.
This man enabled me to publish my articles at queno.com then. He has never seen my face, but all my articles got excellent reception. And I am really proud of what he did and what he has been doing for the African cause from his perch in the United States. He's a man I have a lot of respect for. So I'm happy he's here watching me. I never knew that he would be there too. I'm feeling like the day I felt in the Vatican when I was speaking and Cardinal Ratzinger sat in the back, and I thought, oh, okay. I never knew that I would ever speak and the future Pope will be sitting and listening to me. But yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. More
you see why we will not let you see why we will not let you take that decision, right? If you go, it's our decision not to make. And we are not going to let you go in the next 5 hours.
Okay. So let me take a break. Mo will be our guest very soon. We are working on it. He's signing off on that. But let's take a break so that we have more time for Mo and Pansat and other people. Maybe there will be a second round for Ovie and Michael.
Now we be other people, have you?
Great. I think I'll run to the toilet because I've been sitting for some time.
Yes.
So I'll ease up and then I'll be back with you guys.
Yeah,
okay.
We'll take a break.
All right, Doctor. We are here all day. Just take 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today. I also want to announce that in 2 weeks, we have Dele Ogun joining us again. Most of you may know him. Dele Ogun is the author
of banger.
Yeah, Don't Die in the War. He also wrote a new book that is out now, which is called a
slave ship called Jesus.
No, not that. Corporates. I have the flyer. I'll show that to you guys in a moment. So he will join us on Saturday the 15th I couldn't get him on Sunday, but he will join us on Saturday, the 15th, for a very interesting conversation. So at this point, let's take a break. About 3 or 4 minutes, we'll be back with Pansat and Dr. Moore talking with...
Doctor, in America, we call it smoke break.
Okay. All right.
When your master love you, I want love you. Max, if you have no quanumo, no fube, nazo, olaga ni piazigo. Mawulaga doni piazigo. I want wilo chio, biko rapuzo, kona bazia. When your master because I'm on my water in the sorry. If you're gonna move, like I don't need music, like I don't need music. I'm on my wheel of cheetah, bigger ever. Mazi weka odogu na kwerezi neka onyoma niga dele mo mazi ni mazi ibu go with melody where you fall, but I won't not Chalanoka. Is it one them nigga dilemma? All I got on him is a good night. All I got on him is a good. I'm a willow chillo, bigger up. Say. I'm a mama's sorry. If I were to go Molaga, don't need Piazugo, Nazaboy. Molaga, don't need Piazugo. I'm a willow chilo, Biko Rapuzo, Anabazi. Never be kitchen for I'm up on Nika go. Well, you work well on you get your mobile bag. Hey, you want? So chukwe mekalumo ike chukwu negaji esi nwanne mekene ila polife nini na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom gaji ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu esili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na nke eme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ na-amasị ya zoro 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 enwe ilo anụ solo onwe nwa n'ọfịa na-ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike.
All right, so welcome back to our conversation with Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh, who joined us from Germany. And we also want to welcome, where is Pansat? Okay, Pansat and Dr. Moine, who are joining us today. Let me come to you, Pansat. You go first.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. Welcome, Dr. Ogbunwezeh, to the show. I think this is our third meeting. By the way, I extend my protocol to those in the comment section. It's our third meeting or more, and you never fail to impress us with your intellectualism, right? Very cerebral, cognitive, right? And you've touched a lot of areas that probably will warrant a lot more discussion, but you were vivid in your descriptions and everything else. So maybe I'm gonna narrow my comment because of time to Trump, Donald Trump, the president of the United States, who I think is misunderstood. We'll have to deal with the world that we have, not the one we wish we had. In this world that we live in, it appears that realpolitik, it's the order of the nature of things. And in that case, some of the tenets of that thing is leverage. If you try to be historical, the comparisons would not be complete and proper because the variables are different. Let's say the Roman Empire or the British Empire when they were the juggernauts at the time. United States has a lot of leverage over the countries of the world today, including guaranteeing their security in most cases. They've been unfair to the United States. A lot of these countries that Trump wants to impose tariffs on already have a trade deficit with the United States. That includes blocks of countries who had bandwagoned together in order to challenge the United States. That would be like European Union, for example, not even the individual countries in those. United States is made out of 50 states. Some of the states have much larger economies than some of the countries that we're trying to compare America to. For example, California is the fifth or the fourth, fifth, or sixth largest economy. But the point I want to make is that Trump is misunderstood. He wants to make America great again. He's been saying these things for over a generation, 30 years, 40 years. So he knows what he wants to accomplish. I do not believe that the doom that is being projected is going to happen because US has a whole lot more leverage over all these blocks, including the BRICS and the EU. If you're here in the United States, you will notice that every other car is a German-made car, a Mercedes or BMW or Volkswagen, stuff like that. But they will not reciprocate. There's no reciprocity. It's not reciprocal. So I think he's even being nice. Now, why I want to focus on that because it's a lot. It's like analogous to the situation we have. If anything can break the order we have now, why not? The order has not been fair to Africans. When the United States, the president of America could go say to his allies, look, I'm going to put a tariff on you for bringing in fentanyl into our country. To me, that is somebody dealing in the open, being honest, doing things based on what is true and what is false, doing the right thing. So we should support him in that effort. He's not impeccable. He's not without criticisms in his ways of doing things. Probably I won't do him that way, but I believe that he's on the right path as far as making some of these countries do the right thing. Try to be fair instead of having Americans pay, the middle class pay to support all these European countries with all their welfare programs they have out there. So it's only fair that we do it that way. So I wanted to emphasize the point that my question is going to come to that, which is the leverage that the United States has. Let's say on Saudi Arabia, without a security guarantee from the United States, let's say the joint breaks, and the United States says, you know what, I'm out of here, right? Then those Islamic terrorists will take over that place in no time. The same thing goes for a lot of, even Britain. All these people are doing what they're doing, surviving based on US letting them do so. For example, in our country, what Britain is doing in our country is totally unfair for a very long time. So I want you to reassess that. To me, Trump is an aberration. There's never been anybody like that before, ever, produced by a country. His head is the right position. But I can understand why intellectuals, bookworms, people who studied a lot of things, are averse to common sense. He's operating based on common sense. He makes his job is very easy. I wanted the people like Obama to pay attention. It's very easy to govern the United States if you're doing things based on what is right, the right thing to do, what is fair.
All right, Pansat, I have to stop you here because we have at least 3 more people and we have less than 25 minutes with him. So thank you so much. Let's hear Franklyne.
Well, what are you going to hear? I didn't ask a question yet. You're being unfair.
You've been speaking for more than 8 minutes. So
you held me over, so we'll have more time to talk, right?
Unfortunately, Pansat, I'm getting feed from different people. The time he has for us is less than 25 minutes. And we have 3 more.
Then let me go to my question. I understand. I do sympathize with you. Times very okay. So, Dr. Ogbunwezeh, when it comes to the home front, you made some comments, and I have to applaud you for what you've said here, which supports a lot of the stuff I say when I get on this platform, which is to say that we were fighting the Brits. Without the Brits, we would have taken over that country in no time. The Biafrans would have run through that country and taken it over. And a lot of the tribes, they have soldiers. But the Brits and the Egyptians and the Russians, they were able to hold us down. And they do the same thing in Congo right now. So now my question to you is this. When you condemn people defending themselves, say the Biafrans, because you have to know, I agree with you on maybe 99%, but like you said to Chim, you do welcome a little bit of pushback. And the first time you came here, I asked you if you were a pacifist, and you say you were not, when it's justified that you would encourage self-defense, for example. So now my question to you is this. When you have a recalcitrant, uncivilized, primordial, violent people in the North trying to export their nonsense, Sharia, for example, I don't know if we have time. I could define for you which you know, but for the audience, what Sharia is. It's something that is comprehensive, and they want to export it to the South, and they're killing people, and they're running their cattle through our cities. And what should we do as Biafrans to stop it? If it's not doing what we can, including taking up arms, which is sanctioned by God and then the United Nations. What I want you now as an intellectual to make a recommendation, short of doing what we're doing, huddling up something together to defend and fend these idiots off. What should we do?
All right, thank you, Pansat. Let's move to the answer and then other people. You're muted, Franklin.
Oh my God. Okay, my brother, you threw in a lot, a lot together from Trump to Biafra, and then you have choice words for people who don't, who are the receiving end of your bile, like idiots and all the rest of it. Okay, but in spite of that, I want to read you what Alex Akinyele said about Babangida while he was the information minister. He said, "People are afraid of the president because he is a phenomenal personality. Where he beats everybody is that he is ahead of every one of us. He shows such prodigious powers that you wonder, is he really human? Does he sleep?" So this is, so for some people that support Trump, I don't have problems with you supporting Trump, but there is a tendency, people deify whoever they support. They believe that whoever they support is the best thing after sliced bread, which is their right, and so it's normal. But when it comes to you saying that every other country has been unfair to the United States, there is no evidence to that effect. After all, the U.S. is one of the major powers that that dictated the terms of the World Trade Organization parameters. So the trade is being done on American terms. America has imposed the American dollar across board as the international medium of exchange. And who gains from that? America is simply printing money and sufficing the world economy with its money. No other country in the history of humanity has been able to do that. So the world is not unfair. The America is now reaping the fruits, the other side of globalization. People are now producing, and the Americans are loving what they produce. Nobody is forcing American consumers to buy from any country, from the Chinese or from the Germans. America rolled back on her manufacturing and then went on to buy from other countries. So where is the unfairness? It's exchange. Nobody put a gun on any American consumer's head, on the American government, and said, you must buy our goods. So where is the unfairness? America happens to be the most powerful nation on earth today. So people listening to you guys say it is unfair. It is the whining taken to the highest level. This is trade. This is economics. Nobody forces anybody to do anything. Okay, so if you say there are unfair terms of trade, then impose tariffs. Canada has retaliated today. They are going to impose that. And who is going to pay for it? American consumers. You guys are going to pay for it. So forget this, what Trump is telling you. These are rhetorics. It's not, anybody who knows anything about economics will not make that claim. It shows that the president should listen more to his economic advisors than just coming out to say what he doesn't understand. He may be a businessman, but he doesn't understand the nitty-gritties of economics or world trade. If America imposes tariffs on the Chinese produce almost everything you put on, your jeans, even the ties that Trump sells in his Trump Tower. So, and they're going to impose tariffs on you guys. So that's trade. But the terms of the WTO, which Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, our sister, is husbanding for the American government. That's why the American government has the veto on who becomes president of WTO, because it's on American terms. So she is husbanding this for the Americans. So America has gained much more than any other country from globalization. American companies are everywhere. America will destroy Iraq, and then Halliburton and major American companies will gain contracts there in exchange for Iraqi oil. Is anybody preventing? Oh, it's only in China that the Chinese have said, okay, American major IT companies, we have to do our own thing. Okay, and America is retaliating. Biden said that the United States is not going to sell chips to the Chinese that would power their computer revolution. But the Chinese are now showing that they have other ways of doing their thing. So Trump talking about unfairness, I want you to know, nobody is taking that seriously outside his base in the United States. The Chinese are not taking that seriously, because Trump will tell you that and he will go and do business with the Chinese tomorrow. Okay, the Canadians, what Trump said, the Canadians don't produce anything that we cannot produce. If it is a way for him to reginger the manufacturing powers of this great country, that would be great. And then America will down. America is one of the largest exporters of goods and services the world over. Okay, so they trade more than every other person. But American consumers are liking what other people produce. So the only way to stop you guys from liking what others produce is that you guys will cut your belts and then stop liking Chinese products or German products or German cars. If you produce, it was Ralph Waldo Emerson that said that if you produce a better mousetrap than your neighbor, that the world would take a beaten path to your door. The Chinese are producing better than many. The Germans are producing better cars than many. The Chinese BYD today. So on that level, Trump is America's president, but he will talk about the rhetoric first. And then when it comes to governance, you will see there, you call it leverage, which I agree with. He may be pushing that out there to gain some of the thing. But as for closing trade between the US and Canada, Americans go to Canada. Canadians come to the United States. So if America chooses isolationism, the American economy is the one to lose. So if you don't want people to, if you say it's unfair, but you are forcing BRICS countries to keep on using the dollar, who is being unfair now? I want you to know what people have for the United States is fear, because America is militarily strong. It's not respect. You need to listen to voices from the global South and the Chinese. What people have for America is fear. It's not, your industries are not beating the Chinese industries or German industries. What they have for you is fear. It's not because you guys are really strong. That we have to grant you that. But other countries are coming into their own. I watched the Indian foreign minister, Jai Shankar, at a press conference with Tony Blinken. The Americans were harassing the Indians. Why are you buying oil from the Russians and selling it to Europe? Do you know what this guy was so very bold? He's online on YouTube. He told them, you guys should stop talking about India. You guys should talk to the Europeans. You don't have to tell us anything about our own foreign policy. So nuclear armed powers are standing on their right to be a part of this world. Nobody is created to become America's footmat. These military armed countries are staking claims for their right to conduct their own foreign policy, do whatever they want to develop their own people. If America doesn't want to develop her own people, if you're talking about welfare in Europe, let me tell you, these are governments taking care of their own people. If America doesn't want to take care of her own people, it's their business. But you don't come dictating to every other person what they should do with the economy or how they should treat their own people. So Trump coming to tell us, because you are financing schools in Europe, you should stop financing schools and then keep that, throw that money into military. And then so that we can 5% of your GDP for the European politicians. If they do that, they're going to lose elections. And will Trump impose that on the people? No, Europeans are going to revolt. So this is politics, but I can understand the rhetoric, which is good. And they're on the other side, but it doesn't stand up to the test of scrutiny as far as economic parameters are concerned. On Biafra, my brother, on the Biafran issue, I always urge Akọ N'Uche. And I don't deride any human being, be he Hausa, Yoruba, or no matter where the person comes from. The Sharia thing in Nigeria has always been a political issue. The northern elite have always gone to the Sharia card whenever they feel they are losing out on power. Shagari in 78 during the Constituent Assembly, they walked out because they wanted to gain more. And that was one of the pressures that made Obasanjo and his government, because Obasanjo had more northerners. Obasanjo replaced Murtala Mohammed when he was assassinated, don't forget. So that was one of the reasons why Obasanjo acquiesced to a northerner, NPN, role in Nigeria, even though Obafemi Awolowo was a very formidable opposition. And Azikiwe came out to say that there's never seen a charade that was that election. So, and in 1999, when Obasanjo became president, Obasanjo never wanted to touch it because he knew it was a political thing. Okay? And today, when you are saying that they want to bring Sharia to Igbo land, the people that are, most of the people that are destroying Osu and the Hitembosi and the rest of the Anambra, Imo boundaries are Igbos. I want you to know that. What the Nigerian government is doing is helping them to destroy that real good, because we invited them. Oh, so with our agitation, we didn't play those cards well. And then we invited them, and then the military has been in operation there since 2020, and then destroying our people, killing our young people. We are not armed to face a conventional army. Those guys are not trained. Why are you fighting a war that you know you will lose? This is where Akọ N'Uche becomes important. It's not screaming we want Biafra. when you know that the same forces that snuffed Biafra out in 67 are still operational. Akonuche. Okay, that's what we urge. I want you to read Ola Roteme's Ovaremwen Nobisi, the play, where you will see where somebody was in the oracles urge caution. That's what I urge. Caution. It's not as easy as you take it to be. Why is it that consecutive Nigerian government, Buhari imprisoned Nnamdi Kanu, and Tinubu is still sustaining it, even over and above promises he made to Igbo leaders while he was campaigning? So I don't like this idea that we can military option is the only option. We can talk. We can Giorgio. We can talk with our fellows in the Nigerian project, and there are ways of getting what we want without insulting other people, because if we insult them, we harden their hearts against our views and our ideas of how things should work. We are not the only constituents of Nigeria. And then you have to know oil in the eastern oil fields is still a major factor why no country will support no major, because if you want to go for secession, who is supporting you? Israel is doing what it's doing in Palestine and getting away with it is because they have a major power behind her. Which major power do you have as Biafra that will support you to go for secession? You have the Chinese. They are not interested in that. They're interested in business for resources. Do you have the Americans? No, because they have left that sphere of influence for the British. Do you have the British? No, the British rigged Nigerian 1959 election for the conservative element, the Northerners, and they want it that way. They cannot, so who do you have? So these are issues you ask yourself. Anyway,
let me ask for 1 minute, please. It's only fair. Let me ask for just 1 minute.
No more than that, because we have a few people that joined us again, and we have less than 15 minutes for them.
I appreciate that. Dr. Ogbunwezeh, I have to say, when it comes to everything else, you're on the money. But I asked for you to give me some things to resolve our predicament, and you didn't do that. Rather, you're condemning what we're doing. There's nothing set in stone. The United States, the way you have to look at it is that it's administration by administration. It's not one set in stone thing. This administration will collabor, or the next one. Like you said, you have to have a major power behind you. But we're not going to sit there and have these people do what they're doing to us. Or who do we have? We have ourselves. People like you, an intellectual, somebody who's a repository of all knowledge in the world. So what I'm saying to you, you have to have more confidence. And just hear me. I have a lot of respect for you. I tell you when you come here, everybody, every Nigerian, not just Igbos, we want you. But what we're not going to have, though, is to have us be doomed. In essence, we have no hope. We have to sit there, no matter what the Brits want, no matter what Americans want, or what Fulanis want. No, that is wrong. So what we have to do is what you're saying, what you suggested, I've suggested. We have to make the diplomatic moves that's going to bring somebody to support the right thing. That's the nexus now with Trump. Why do Biafrans like Trump? They see somebody who have common sense, who doesn't go by textbook definitions.
All right.
And the cerebral stuff. It's so unfair that it's just a fascinating discussion. Now, who else has anything to say aside from me on this panel?
From your own angle, yeah.
No, listen to this. Who else do you want to hear from? I'm here.
Pansat, it's enough for me to remove you for saying this now. Who else do I want to hear from?
What else do you
Everybody that is
real quick. Real quick, let me just put there. My brother, you need to read Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe. It's a very good book. It's about the morals. Okonkwo was so very boisterous. Okonkwo wants to end every problem now. He wants to cut off the white man's head for bringing ruin to his community. What was it? What did Obiorika tell him always? Obiorika has been the moderating influence. You know? And what happened to Okonkwo? Okonkwo self-destructed. Okay? Obiorika was a no bonyojo na tuaka na bedike. N'ebe ka dike nakwa ebe ka dike bi mana ebe ka dike no dike anago. So when people caution, it's not that they are afraid. The reason is the only thing that we have, why we are better than animals. But passion and emotion, every other animal has it. So I understand, I appreciate your ideas. Anybody who has ever felt wronged will always want to change his status. But if you rush into what you think is a solution, you may not look at every other variable, because you're dealing with human beings. Human beings are complex creatures. You're dealing with complexities. So complexities are not resolved because you could beat every other person. And that has been my position about the Israel-Hamas thing. You cannot murder your way to peace. You cannot genocide every other person. United States goes on, uses soft power, tries to talk to people. That's leverage. Okay? Stick and carrots. If it is only stick, people are going to gang up against that nation. So if you are always throwing your weight around, people are going to gang up against you and make sure that they frustrate your efforts. But sometimes you use your head, akonuche, to come to. There are other ways to get at what you want. Any wars are won before they are even fought. Sun Tzu said it. The guy that wrote the greatest work on art of war. Go and read Sun Tzu, this Chinese general. If you get to a war front, you've already lost it. In wars, there are no winners, there are only losers. In my Biafra, do you know the amount of intellectuals, the amount of gifts that we lost to that war? Ozo Chibuzo was a guy, he died here in Germany a few months ago. He ran away from Biafra during the war. He came here. I have never seen a prodigious mind as this guy. This guy would have been home contributing his talent to the Igbo project, but he is here. We lost Okibo. We lost brilliant, beautiful people. Is that what we want to go again? Sometimes we need to think, my brother. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Oh, we're going again. We're going again.
Thank you.
I could guarantee you that. We're going back. Unless.
All right. Let's go to Dr. Mo. You're muted, Dr. Mo. Let me see if I can unmute you here. Oh, you remove yourself. All right. Let's go to
because you want to skip me. That's why.
Igbo Basics. Igbo Basics, there was a question I wanted to, your question on Super Chat, but since you're here, you can ask a question you want. Go ahead. You are muted, Igbo Basics. Is it from my end? No, it's not from. Okay.
No, it's not from your end.
Okay.
That question would actually throw me back, but nonetheless.
Okay. Go ahead. You don't have to ask that question. You're here now, so you can.
It's going to take time from me because I just had wanted to ask Dr. Franklyne whether he thinks that the browning of America would be ended by this administration or those who are ruling America, not just Trump.
The browning.
Yeah, the browning of America.
The browning. No. The point is, nothing is. There is not. Victor Hugo said, "Nothing can stop an idea whose time has come." America was originally not a white man's land. The whites came in, the flotsams of Europe came in and stole the land from the American Indians, murdered them, genocided them out of existence, but they refused to die. So those who remained were shoved into reservations. They brought the African in chains to build America, and then they turned around and called him a lazy man. They call Africans lazy, the people that built that country. So, and they called you inferior, but dear plantation masters were raping your women and producing kids with them. Thomas Jefferson was raping Sally Hemings while he was writing the Declaration of Independence. And he produced children of this one. So America is now a melting pot, a mixed society. They call it browning because they just want to have something. The point is I mentioned, it's white fear, white fragility. Conservative America is afraid that in 2050, the most spoken language in the United States is going to be Spanish. And that's why Trump is not targeting the Mexicans because Mexicans are rapists or whatnot. No, it's a targeted thing. Okay. They are afraid that Spanish is going to overtake English as the spoken language. In 2050, they are targeting Mexicans because it's not about illegal immigration. Trump wants people to come from Norway or Sweden to America. He doesn't want colored people. So it's about white fear. It's about white fright. But this is a process you cannot stop, because somebody, and even in his own family, is tomorrow going to fall in love with a black woman or a colored woman. Okay? We are more connected than what divides us. And it's equally, if you look at genetics, it's equally the more the merrier. Nature is not stupid by creating variations, because you could see the mixture of genetic stock is what has kept our survival so very high as human individuals. The Neanderthals died out because they couldn't mix until they met the Homo sapiens coming out of Africa, and that was how white people have a part of their gene, the Neanderthal gene, but the most dominant one is the one that came from Africa. So this mixture of genes is equally what ensures human survival. So anybody who wants to switch off the tap of what they call brown, and which I don't see, African Americans are 12% of the American population. Okay, so their fear is unfounded, but it's just like the fear of every empire that is declining. It's happened in Rome. There was a time Rome decided that Roman slaves should wear uniforms. And they realized that if these guys put on uniforms, they will know that they are greater in number than the freeborns, and they're going to slaughter us. And that was what stopped that move. So it's what empires do when they are, inching towards, when they feel that they are not progressing anymore. So, but it's a process you cannot stop. That's what I want to put there. We can extend this discussion in another, if we'll talk about that. I will urge you to read. Okay.
That was my online question.
Good. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
So you want to... No, Igbo basics.
That wasn't why I came in. That was not why I came in. That was my online question. The reason why I came in...
Hold on, Igbo basics. Dr. Franklyne, there is a request that you should be coming once every 2 weeks. And they don't know that your time is important. But let me say this. I want to quickly, I know you have to go, and people should be...
Sorry, Rudolph, he was trying to give us a book to read while he was cut off.
Oh, okay. Franklyne, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys should read White Fright. It's a woman historian. I have a copy in my sitting room. Before I go, I will just show you that. It's a very important read. Okay, it's a very important read. Every Nigerian living in the United States should read that. Okay, and you have to know racism has a sexual base. Okay, the argument was so very clearly defined, and you should read equally The History of Celibacy by Elizabeth Abbott. She's one of the great historians. She dedicated a chapter to what happened in the American plantations, and then she linked it up to today. Why a lot of white men are afraid of black men, young black men, and that's why you get more young black men in American prisons. And then if you see the sexual implications of that, and then you will understand that what you guys are facing now is white fright. White conservative America is afraid that they're going to become a minority in the United States. All these things that Trump is throwing as meat for his base is all what that is. It's about fear.
All right. So,
Doctor,
no, please,
no.
No.
Here now.
You are my man, but hold on, okay? Let me.
Doctor.
No, Ovia, I will remove you entirely. I want to hear from Dr. Moore. Ideally, I would like Alexis to say something on flagship, but I'm not guaranteeing that. But Dr. Moore, before Franklyne leaves, Dr. Moore, go ahead. You're muted again. Hold on, let me see if I can unmute you. If it's no, I cannot. It's from your own end. All right, while he's doing that, I'll see when he unmutes. Well, while he's doing that, let me go to... Okay, Igbo Basic, finish up your thoughts. Go ahead.
Okay. Actually, I came in here to appreciate Moine Ebeda. And I also came in to say a word or two to my brother, Pansat. Soldier come, soldier go, but Barak will remain. And in this case, as we are, they say anytime a man is asked where you come from, sometimes it's time to go home. That was what we wrote in Igbo Basics publications of April 1996. My concern here, And Dr. Franklin mentioned the AI as the next level that we haven't seen the dazzle yet. There was a movie called The Companion. I don't know if you've seen it, but I saw that movie. And of course, in the end, the robot was the winner, took all the money. He says that the day I found him and the day I killed him, those were his best days. But here is my question. My concern is this. I was in a Home Depot store and I saw an Igbo man. And I asked, how is everything when I was going home? And the man said that they are kidnapping people at home, they're taking people that is no longer ready to go. So what I would like to address, Dr. Franklin, is to some of us who believe differently that home is home, whether we like it or not. That's why I talked about whenever a man is asked, where are you from? It's about time for you to consider going home. Some of us will go home and we've made that plan that we will go home. And I have some a joke, right? You cannot run away from that place forever. Otherwise, the villages have been deserted, and nobody else is there. Forget about the children we have in the foreign countries. Yeah, they are from that place, okay? But some of us, the older soldiers, we are not from there. So my concern is this, and I'll bring it straight to Dr. Damages, who is from Nobi, because if I don't make mention my concern, he would call me back before I leave. A group of persons have gathered to honor a man named Chizelda, alias 430, and they are working very hard on it. And before I divert into that, Dr. Ene is here, and I wanted to say what I wanted to say. Because Dr. Ene, if anybody is talking about Biafra, he should be able to teach you or to school you in that process. He's been down that line. Dr. Ene has been a champion of that with caution. And that is that same thing that Franklin was saying. Number 6, Akonuche. Not be everything where a hunter see in the bush where he go talk.
All right.
Otherwise, your family will not allow you to go. So while complimenting Dr. Moene for being here, a lot of you don't know that Dr. Ene has actually made a lot of people in, say, the United States and beyond. And when I mean making a lot of people, lawyers, doctors, as a result of his profession. You don't know that. So to that effect, when we are alive, we can be celebrated. Dr. Ogbunwezeh, you know the man's alias 430.
Yeah.
All right. What is it that we can do? The man will be 75 years old, June 10. Is there anything you can do from your angle or from where you are that we can celebrate this man while he is still alive?
Okay.
So that when he died, we go by God kill him.
Igbobezek, thank you so much. I know that we don't have time. So what I will do is I'll connect you to Dr. Franklin and you can talk to him outside of this. Okay. All right. So Dr. Mo, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank God. Brother Frank Ogbunwezeh, I salute you. I came in here because you were here, and the topic you are treating just had touched me a little bit. By the way, I was here the first day that Rudolph started this, and I've been listening since then. The last time I was here was in 2003. I was very disappointed by the outcome. Okay, where people were going to kill themselves because somebody whose mother was Igbo wanted to be governor of Lagos. Anyway, it's going to change. Maybe the next one say you will be governor and we'll have an Igbo first lady. So you can't run away from these things. Times change. Okay. So about Biafra, which was what the last person was talking about, and Frank also touched on. In 1997, when I came here from London, I instituted the Nigeria Biafra Memorial lecture. What was it? I said, people are getting frustrated with Abiola problem, marginalization and all this. And I said, something is going to happen. Long before my SOP and later IPOB, I preached that Biafra as was, listen to that very carefully, Biafra as was is not attainable. And at the same time, Nigeria as is not sustainable. Okay? I was sure about Biafra 2.0. It wasn't going to work. Unless you want to do it only Southeast, maybe. And I told you was Rike so in Y2K. Rudolph, you were there at Robert Treat Hotel, right? I told him it won't work. Back off. And then Nnamdi Kanu came in 2016 on his way to California. The same story. If you get to California and tell them you want money for guns, nobody will talk to you. He went there, they told him the same story. It's on YouTube. People who saw Biafra don't want to go at it again. People do not even remember that Ojukwu was first, before, as we say, to go on with Biafra. He was the last Biafran. He thought Gowon was never going to lead a war. Because they were talking evenings. This is not hearsay. True story. I was there. We went through it. We fought through it. Okay? So, as I was saying, we really have to sit back and provide an alternative narrative. These young people fighting, I know what they're fighting for. It's not what they're not, the people are afraid. People just walk away. So, for everything that's happened and still happening, I know that Nigeria is truly not sustainable. So I take away a few catchphrases from what Dr. Ogbunwezeh submitted. And I want to break it a little back home. On Ukraine, he said that war does not normally end in the battlefield. I'll take it back to Nigeria. 55 years ago, the default East Central State turned the name of a guerrilla group. People don't know that Rangers was a Biafra guerrilla group. We turned into a football team. Rangers was born. The effect and exploits of Rangers showed us that you can fight a war in a different way. Like the bald eagle, you can take the rattlesnake up in the air, kill it, and eat it. What did we do? Rangers played with the army and beat them blue and black. Obasanjo was angry, Gowon was angry, but this sacked up Ndibo to rise from the ashes of war. To date, Rangers is the only team that has never been relegated. Even the federal government that inspired Vasco da Gama to wiki Rangers did not succeed. Vasco da Gama is dead. Rangers is still alive. But this is just a metaphor. So in America, as a dying empire, listen, America does not have to die for us to shine. So it doesn't matter whether Trump succeeds or not. The question is Nigeria not a dying colonial contraption? How do we engineer a slightly different outcome? A slightly different outcome. I didn't say confederation, mind you. Those are apart, staying apart a little bit, whereby Ndibo do not have to visit Abuja or Lagos with visa, or any West African country since we have ECOWAS now. Even Nigeria has become small, even for the Igbo people. Has become small. We're talking about Nigeria, about the world. Okay, on Israel versus Hamas, the Biafra question comes again. We are harboring unresolved genocide. The reason why Hamas is succeeding is because the Israelis have killed so many Palestinians. They have killed fathers before children. The children grow up to become killers, want to avenge. Sometimes you got to stop. You got to stop this killing. It doesn't happen. We're killing humanity, the essence of our being, by always fighting. That's why in Nigeria, the Taos are killing government fee collection, like in Anambra the other day. The people in the bushes are killing people. They are harvesting organs. We've lost our humanity. We don't have to. We need to stop digging. Okay. Now, do you mean the empires walk away from Biafra or Nigeria? Look the other way. Assuming even Britain with our sister Kemi Badenoch. China will step in. How do we survive? How do we survive the internal recolonization of the Sultanate or Emirate saints or people who are masquerading as our further countrymen? I want to enslave us again, not enslave, let me not use that word, but at least colonize us again, internal colonization. Now, with the problems coming out from Nigeria, with Zamfara, Maiduguri, Borno, Middle Belt, all these things, we need an alternative narrative. Let me put it back this way. Assuming PG Ohaneze, Senator John Mbata, piggy banks on the emerging Eastern coalition of Igbo groups and play on Tinubu's equally emerging egocentrism. What do I mean? Like Trump, and many men, I must add, Tinubu is stamping his name on all things abstract and things tangible. So, in a bid to outdo even his predecessors, take the national anthem, he might be amenable to stroke his ego. What do I mean? Here it is. We sell Tinubu the concept of ending the Biafran war. Truly, the war never ended. Okay? I spoke with Colonel Amuna. He was there with Tassim Elias, Gowon. Gowon was his classmate actually at Sandhurst and others. He was there. So, what do we do? Dr. Ogbunwezeh mentioned Bianca. Bianca was there when they stopped this committee to talk about ESN and the killings. We don't know what Soludo is doing with it. Now she is the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, and she's the widow of Odumegwu Ojukwu. She has a role to play. If we shove this into Tinubu, say free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I don't know what the guy is doing there. Tinubu is not getting anything from it. If he's planning to use this as Shagari used Ojukwu during 1983, it will not work. So he can just free MNK, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, ESN, IPOB, MASOP, BZ, and that's the Biafran Zionist group, the autopilot, all of them that are in jail. Free them, general amnesty. He will not get any pushback from anybody. In fact, Afeni Ifere is on it now. Afeni Ifere has asked him, begged him, just like the owner of Ife has begged Afe Babalola, let these people go, let Nnamdi Kanu go. Okay? Then he can institute the Memorial Day, as I did in 1997, preferably on May 30th, in all eastern states, those who want, just as we did June 12th in southwestern states, and they kind of calm people down about Abiola. Okay? Now, other things we can do, we open the ports in Calabar, Port Harcourt, and Warri, and this will open up Lagos and kind of decongest Lagos that is dying from its own successes, I should say. Okay? So let's say you want to see non-indigenous people take over even before 2031. Okay, you continue this way because people are streaming to Lagos. The Southeast communities are emptying. Where are they going? They're not all going abroad. They are emptying into Lagos. So you have to deal with that. Okay, and that way we can remove all paramilitaries on the roads from Onitsha to through Benin to Lagos. So these little things we can do. These are soft power things. If we can impress somebody, John Mbata is from River State. He's a little bit removed from the core Southeast. Talk with the Afeni Ifere group. Go to Tinubu. Sell him this. Massage his ego. We can see all these debts do not have to occur. Enough is enough. We just have to stop blaming ourselves. If we can get that, the average Nigerian is very hardworking. If he's not planting, producing granite, he is mining, he's producing something. The best industrialists I know in Nigeria today, not Dangote, but Innocent, the guy didn't even go to secondary school. We are very powerful as a people. So we can try this and stop want to fight. When I did this in 1997, everybody was against me. What are you talking about? We are going to fight. We are going to die. I was there. I was at Tumo Game Sector. I know what I'm saying. I ate goat meat with Kodeti Monwatuegu at Lord Banta, where he said, stop shooting goats with weapons. We need the bullets. Okay? True story. He ate a piece of meat that was bullet in it. The guy was pissed. You can't catch a goat. So there are fun things we could write about, we could say about Biafra. We have to sit back. All those people who are angry, who usually write on the column, oh, Biafra or nothing. Yes, Biafra or nothing, but that's not the way to go. We can go a different way. We've tried it for all these years. Okay? So we can roll back. I support what my brother said. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh said, we're in Kwenu, when I formed Kwenu, that was why I put up Kwenu. For us to change ideas. Everybody's telling you, look, we don't even know how the story. We don't even know why we went to war. We don't even know why we fought that war. What happened to us? When you find out what happened to you, then you can go the second round. But as we say in Igbo, what a for go you want to fight again because you saw a settled war. It doesn't happen that way. So my brothers, I'm so happy to come in today. Rudolph, I have to congratulate you again. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it, but you keep doing it. Please keep it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mo. Frankly, before you speak, oh yeah, we are bound. Dr. Mo, I was worried that you're giving us more than I wanted you to give us on this brief. You are coming as a guest, and we just have to agree on a date that will work for you. Thank you so much.
That'll be fine.
I appreciate you always.
That would be great, Dr. Konkwo. This is Dr. N's work. He says, Noni. That thing says Igbo Heritage Month, the road from Biafra. That was July 1997.
Wow.
At Signal University. And we are record keepers.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rudolph, can I disagree with Doctor before you leave, please?
No, not yet. Don't talk over here, please. Hold on.
I really have nothing more to say because that's a fitting curtain to today's edition, because I won't add anything to what Dr. Mo just said, because that has always been I don't know why progressive Igbo minds always reason alike, because anybody who has actually done any study on Biafra, I was reading Rafu Wechue's work. Many Igbos have not even understood why we went to war. We don't even know. Many don't even know why we fought, why we lost loved ones. We want to fight again. So I am not saying anything anymore. Rudolph, you can release me. Invite me some other time.
Yeah, we will. Thank you so much, Dr. Franklyne.
Bye, Doc. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ogbunwezeh.
Thank
you. We will see you next time. And
thank you.
Okay, guys, and with him, I'll bow out too. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Dr. Mo, thank you so much, and we agree on that date, and we'll bring you.
I will be there to back you up on whichever day you are coming. I will show up, but we have other work to do in the background, including the damages.
I know.
Right.
But thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll do a little bit of review, but just a minute, guys. Just 1 second. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging in. I'm sorry for those who didn't get a chance to weigh in. I will start with you guys in this brief review. Alexis. Okay, let me get the name right. Welcome.
Yeah, there's no S at the end of that name.
Okay.
So it's Alexis.
Alexis, okay.
I salute all of you, and I see why there are many people who express their being disgusted with what goes on in this Have Your Say. They say that to me, and they'll be disappointed that I'm here again, like I used to be. I guess if the people who are supposed to speak up against what is happening in Nigeria were in Burkina Faso, or Burkinabes, as they call them in their nationality, there would never have been the kind of revolution that is in Burkina Faso now. They would have said, oh, they killed Sankara. Don't try it again. And they would have talked their nation into submission to French policy and what goes on there. That's the impression I'm getting from all these rhetorics that we are sharing on this platform. Unfortunately, the main speaker, whom I admire, whom I respect, whom I cannot say is ignorant of things. In fact, he has a lot that he shared, and that's good. But this thing that I keep saying, why do we keep blaming the victim and leave out the culprit? People are afraid of telling the culprit that they are doing the wrong thing. The victim is only reacting to what he is getting from the culprits. And yet, when we have an opportunity here to say what it is, in the way it is, we end up blaming the victim again without saying a word about the terrible things coming from the other side that even brought about
the victim wanting to be free. What Biafra is about is freedom. What do we care about oil? Nigeria used that propaganda during the war that we wanted to seize the oil. What many of you are saying here seems to support that statement from the other side. If Britain wants our oil, it is okay. We are not going to deny them. Neither we would deny America. So anybody telling us that Biafra, and is talking about Biafra as if it's synonymous to not letting Britain have the access to the oil, that person is accusing us wrongly. And I'm using us to mean Biafra. So you can, celebrate all you want about the brilliance of speech and points made. The thing is, our intellectuals from the entire Biafra area, they are comfortable, and so they don't want to rock the boat.
No, they are not comfortable.
That's what I'm getting from all these discussions where we will end up saying the Biafra agitation is wrong. Why don't you start that your own aspect or your own fashion or your own strategy of us being free? Nigeria is not working and will never work. Why don't we give people the new order so that we can all work together as a people, but yet we will have our freedom? What we don't have is freedom. You can see it on every aspect of Nigerian life. People going to cross the Mediterranean to go and slave in Europe. So why do we keep blaming the culprit? Anybody can answer this question for me. That's what I was going to ask Ogbunwezeh. Why don't we have a word, just one word, for the oppressor? The more we make it look like the culprit is wrong, the more the oppressor will step up its actions against the people. And that's what I've come to share with you guys here. Now, what would he have said about Traore and the other countries that have decided to even not just to resist and push back on their colonial masters, but ask them to get out of the environment where they are occupying? And they have done it successfully. And they are holding on. They are doing things that will prove that they can be on their own.
All right, thank you.
No one is ready to talk about that kind of success. It's a success story, even if it ends today. It would be that they did their best, they got what they got because the evil empire or colonial masters continued. You know how many times they have attempted to coup that man? If it had been in Nigeria, one of these people who keep talking against Biafra would have sold off.
All right, thank you, Alexi.
Yeah,
hold on.
The last question is this: shall we remain in this slavery in Nigeria just because out of fear? Cowards die many times before they are dead. Shall we remain in slavery?
Dr. Damages.
Okay.
If I can address Alexi.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead, Bob.
Alexi, my brother.
Hi there, my friend.
Not you. That's the other thing. That technology. That's it.
Yeah,
Alexi, my brother.
2 minutes, yeah, so that we can go to
yes,
that.
Alexi, my brother.
And
this goes This goes to my brother Pansat also. I just told the story about seeing a fellow Igbo man at Home Depot and the conversation that went on there. How he's afraid going home. And he told me he just came back from Nigeria. That's not even the case. Addressing the issue of Pansat before I come to you in the little time that I have. Pansat, when people like myself begin to see you in a dream on this particular subject matter, which happened, and it was on the same subject of Oku Biafra, let's go to war. And I was asking you specifically, Igagareki. We had a dialogue. In the end, I woke up and realized it was in a dream. I said, I will have to get Pansat's contact, and we'll talk about it. Because too many things are happening. And to my brother Lexi, nobody's talking about the culprit. We know who the culprit is. It's not just the culprit you're seeing in Nigeria. It's beyond that.
Yes.
It's also the culprit, this place where me and you are. If you do realize that in 1967, that right there at the United Nations, if Biafra was allowed to stand, how dare they have another Israel? And if you understand where I'm coming from, so for us to be alive, and for so many of our people who were captured and put in prison in places like Lagos, some of them turned out to say that they started answering some other name so that they will be able to come out. I know a lot of them. They are alive today. We are privileged to be here. And the only thing we can do is number 6. It is not a matter of what we can talk in the open here, but Dr. Moene had pretty much laid out. You can't do these things. It's not going to happen. We manufactured Obunigwe. We started making crude oil with urine, palm oil. I mean, we did a lot of things because necessity is the mother of invention. That still stands up to tomorrow. So if I can get Pastor Swat, I will talk with him. Alexi, I will talk with you. But me, I go home and be ready for us to go home.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Bob Basics. Let me just address one thing that Alexi mentioned that is of concern to me. On this platform, we welcome different viewpoints. This platform is not for one particular viewpoint. So anybody who is expecting that we will reflect his view or her viewpoint every day, that person is wrong. This is not the platform. That's not why we're here. We're here so that we can have conversation, and we welcome everybody. Just like you can come here and air your view, which may be different from what the guest of the day or most panelists might be saying. We welcome that, but we are not going to be a platform that we cater to your own interest every day. That's all I wanted to say.
But would you be a platform that would respond? Right? Would you be a platform on when my name is mentioned? Can I respond?
No.
But
no.
this is 90 Minutes Africa.
I will let you respond, Pansat, when it gets to their point.
Point of correction. This is 90 Minutes Africa, not 247.
No, but it's not. You're not being fair to me. Am I just supposed to sit here and have you be unfair to me the whole time?
Pansat, you wait. I want to hear from people who are yet to speak. After that, I will come to you to respond to the person that spoke about you. All right, Ike, you're next. Righteous man, you have to wait. Ike came before you.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Happy Sunday to every one of us. We are happy to be alive today. It's a blessing. It was a lot of eye-opening and a lot of knowledge and deep things I do not know, and I think today was a blessing for me personally. I don't know of any other person. I think it was a lot of blessing for me. I want to also clear one impression. Nobody is against the agitation of the Biafra. What we are talking about is the method, the way to achieve. Nobody is saying the people that are agitating, nobody is against it. What we're talking about is how do we go about it? Different opinions. That's what we just received today. And people who were part of it. So for me personally, I learned a lot today. That does not change the fact that nobody is against the agitation of Biafra. Yesterday, we were talking about the Congo, what is happening in Congo Republic. And my brother KJ asked me a question. Why is it that it's not possible that African head of state, African countries cannot come to round table and find a common solution to the problems in Africa? My answer to my brother KJ was that those people that are sitting on that round table, there are other people sitting at another round table somewhere who is also telling them what they're saying, what they're going to say. So that's the reason why you cannot find that peace you are seeking for. Because the other people that are sitting in the other table, each and every one of them come with their own interest. And every countries in Africa represent one of those interests of those people who are somewhere telling them what they're going to say on that round table. So if you translate that, if KJ can remember, if you translate that today, it's actually the same thing Dr. Franklyne and Dr. Moore is saying here today. So you see, I just feel that we should, find a way to understand one another. When we were talking about what is going on yesterday in the Southeast, I told my brother here, the people that we say until the Igbos until the Igbos stop this conspiracy against one another, being used by the same people you are fighting against. They conspire against their own brothers and sisters. At the end of the day, what they get, they give them a political appointment that is only for themselves, not for the people of those southeastern Nigerians that are suffering. I thank God that Franklyne said something. He mentioned Oluzon. I'm from Oluzon. He said it here. I told KJ yesterday, travel to Oluzon. See if there is any other young man that you can find in Oluzon. Because whatever happens, the governor of Imo State is making sure that he is using the insecurity that is happening in eastern Nigeria and is killing every young man that you have in Imo State. All in the name of everybody, because everybody in Imo State now is a member of IPOB, or a member, whoever you are, as long as you are not with APC in Imo State. So, what am I trying to say is, until we the Igbos stop sabotaging one another. 2023 election was a practical example. The same people who are crying today are the same people who sabotaged their own brothers and sisters in 2023. So until we stop doing this, we should stop doing that. Then people can begin to take us serious. Because at the end of the day, while we are talking here right now, those people you call your political leaders, that they are in Abuja having a meeting and drinking. And when they come back to Eastern Nigeria, they will use the same common people in the Eastern Nigeria and share $500, 500 naira. And they will sing in their praises.
All right. Thank you, Ike.
Ogbunwezeh ran away from me.
Let me say that we hopefully we just limit the reaction to what happened on the show and the reaction to our guest. Righteous Man, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening from here, Dr. Damages and all the panelists. Yeah, I want to start from what the other of my brother, the one on the that have eyeglass, what he said, Alexi. I really...
Alexi.
Yeah, Alexi, yeah. The brother spoke very, very well. You know, he spoke my mind, and I really appreciate him. You see, the war ended 1970. The Igbo intellectuals have not been able to give us a roadmap since 1970 till date. Each time they keep speaking in idioms, in proverbs, and the world is going. The Igbo youths have been decimated. Organ harvest is on the increase right now in the southeast. 21 billion naira being extorted from the East, from the Igbos within 2 months. Within 2 months. There is no road, there is no federal government presence, no petrochemical industry. Imo State has the highest deposit of natural gas in the whole of Africa. Go and make your research. But we don't have anything that we can say this is the federal institution that represents the Nigerian government in Igbo land, apart from the central bank and police stations and army barracks. And these Igbo intellectuals are always defending what they know is not helping us. What have we gained from the Igbo intellectuals? The Yorubas, their intellectuals have been able to maneuver things, and every time there is election in Nigeria, even military, if they are not president, they are vice. What has the Igbo intellectuals given to us? Nothing. And this is why the Igbo youth think the way out is to agitate. Because since 70 to date, that's 55 years, the Igbo intellectuals are there writing books and theories. In the practical form, nothing is happening in Igbo land. And how can we fold our hands and watch it happen? So I support what my brother said. The problem and what the last speaker said, I think in Germany, the problem of the Igbos is the Igbo intellectual and elites. They are our problem. Nobody should blame the Hausas or blame the Yorubas. Blame the Igbo elites and the intellectuals. All right. The resource they have for us, we only see it on textbooks. And those textbooks only profit them. It doesn't profit the generality of the Igbo nation. Look at Izombe. Izombe produce oil. Asa, Awara, Ohaji, they produce oil. They have natural gas. Do we have any federal government presence in these areas? After the war, that was the area my father resettled after we lost everything we had in Port Harcourt, the abandoned property saga and the rest of it. Go to that area now. Nothing is happening in Awara, Asa, Izombe, Uguta. And every time the Igbo intellectuals will be giving us theories. We need practical things. They have never formulated a solution for us. They have never told us this is the way out. Thank you.
So righteous man, who is an intellectual?
Dr. Damages, you are one of them. You are one of the Igbo elites.
Mention names. I said, who is an intellectual?
By every standard, you should know those who are the Igbo intellectuals.
Let me tell you something. In primary school, in secondary school, when we studied the opportunity cost. So our teacher said, define opportunity cost. And one of our classmates started by saying, for example, if you have to buy Pepe, but you then decided to buy, that is not what is opportunity cost. I said, who is an intellectual? Because
those of you that
I'm looking at you, I think you're an intellectual. I think Alexi is an intellectual. And I want to know, who are you blaming? Are you blaming Alexi for what's going on in Biafra because Alexi refused to be involved? Or are you saying that Alexi, an intellectual, is involved, but things are going bad?
No.
I look at
what
you.
I mean by
Righteous man, you join us every week from Nigeria. You join us, you have internet, you have light, you are a businessman, you live in Lagos. You live in the West. You are an intellectual by any definition. I don't know how you defined it and remove yourself from it. Anyway, let's go to Okija. Okija, you are next.
Dr. Damages, I should respond.
No, I didn't know you wanted to respond, but okay. Hold on,
I should respond. You cannot tell the world that I'm an intellectual. I joined you since this year. How many times have I joined you? You have not even asked me why have I not joined you? I have no data. I don't have the resources to meet up the requirements. Yes. And you are telling the world now that I join you every week. Do you know how much it costs me? Somebody had to get this data for me to be in this platform today. I'm not part of the intellectual elite. I'm not part of the intellectual elite.
You are.
The bourgeoisies, those who determine and make policies and who speaks on behalf of the Igbos. I'm not part of them.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Righteous man. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Dr. Damage is special good day to you for being the man with the monitoring spirit that should be going over to and fro the earth, finding out what people do and monitoring them to make sure they come online. Dr. Frank Ogbunwezeh, thank you for coming. Oga Lexi, I will come to your house one of these days. But the thing is, I want to tell people who if you want to fight a cause, if you believe in something and you want to fight, go ahead and fight it. Don't stay there and lobbying words. If you think that we need Biafra and the people are not doing anything about it, just start something. Just like Wazirike did, just like Nandekano, is doing. So it's easy to just come here and say things and blame other people. People who don't agree with you. You get angry. Go home and do something. I'm tired of hearing people giving excuses. Mr. Righteous Man, there has been a roadmap there. The wheel has been invented. If you need to develop Igbo Union, they gave you a roadmap. What's his name? Michael Okpala, he gave us a roadmap. So there are things there. If you are looking for something to do, just look at what they did, or look at what other countries are doing, and then you can implement it. Micro level. You don't have to start from the top. Just for whatever you make changes. Even if it's like just like educating people, giving them access to things, computer, bringing it to this platform, just do something. Okay. Igbo intellectual Rudolph, he has answered you. You are one of the intellectuals. You're here blaming people. I don't know what you want or people who are killing people in the bush. I don't know what you want them to say. When you are there, you know the difference, and you lived in an advanced country. I wanted to ask Dr. Ogbunwezeh what China's plan for Africa, because there was this report I read some time ago. They said it was a secret meeting in their parliament. They said they were going to send about 100 million people to Africa. And it seems, they've been doing it. And they had a program. Actually, this one was verified. Someone who is a warrior of China, like me, in Nigeria, he monitors Chinese, and we were having a conversation. He was talking to some people. The Chinese, they have a program whereby, people who are coming off for parole to be released from prison, they send them to Africa. And then they work. The government, gets most of the money. They get paid the government gets the money in China. The company will send them to Africa. The government will make the money in China, and they give them some of the money. So the one was complaining in Nigeria. That was why my friend, got involved. He looked at the issue. We talked about it. So if you go to Liberia, you see Chinese, running brothels. They are the madam in the brothels. They have Lebanese African women, do the thing for their shower for them. Then they collect money. You go to Zambia, Zimbabwe, you see them, they crew all the local things, they have whole, they plant, they do a farming, which living there in the communities. And if you go to Ghana, they have all these what do they call it, these machine, they put in casino machine, you use hand to draw. They have the portable ones. They go to villages and they put it in Ghana, villages in Ghana and Liberia. And in the morning, the kids, they come out there. They're not going to school anymore. They want to win money, and then they will do it. So I don't know what the plans they have for Africa, because they've been doing so much investment in a lot of African countries, and trying to take over government remotely. In Angola, they built, they have this, they got agreement with the government whereby they build a city in Angola, and then they're gonna, get mine crude oil for some years. Anyway, so maybe next time he comes, I will ask him that. And also, I want to know for people, like he mentioned something about Trump, and I know, like I know. Some people, they just, look at it, yeah, Trump, like, he wants to do this because whatever they believe in, Trump, is massaging their ego, telling them what they want to hear. But the truth, just like Dr. Ogbunwezeh said, it was about they don't want a brand of America. I remember when I came to to the US, newly, and someone, a person, a friend, Caucasian, asked me to, take police exam, Boston police, they pay well, and I believed her, and just like every other, a lot of Nigerians, even though we have we got D+ in Nigeria, when we come here, we're bright. So I went and took the police exam, even though I got D in calculus in Nigeria. So I went and took the police exam, and I got A+. So they wrote me a letter, they put me on a waiting list. So I kept calling them, why am I, you haven't called me to go for, police, academy. They said, oh, we'll call you. So after how many months, like about more than 6 months, I got angry. I was like, why if I called and I was, making noise, why? So someone explained to me. So the way it works for police and some other like fire service and stuff in Boston, that they will give consideration to people whose family have worked in the police force, the fire service. That's the way it works. So then I look at who are those people that worked in the police, in the fire service, in the police force, white people. So when people they say systematic racism, a lot of people don't understand it. They say America is open, yeah, it's open. There are structures put in place to checkmate you, to stop you from advancing, from stop you from coming. So that's one of it's a DEI. Does Trump see things like that? No, he doesn't see things like that. What he sees, is where people, foreigners who have worked hard and being in a position, he doesn't want that. He thinks that they got them through DEI. A lot of us here, we work hard, work in different government agencies in the US, and we merit it because we worked hard, not because of DEI or whatever. But just like Dr. Ogbunwezeh said, Trump doesn't want immigrants from Africa. He wants immigrants from Norway and other European countries. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Okija. Now, this is what we're going to do. I will let Pansat and Alexei respond to them. I'll give them 2 minutes, nothing more than that. I will just remove you if you go over 2 minutes, so that we can hear from people who are yet to give us their own feedback on what our guest said today. I don't want this to drag for a long time. They will forget what they wanted to say. So I'm thinking that Pansat, at least I know you want to say something, but it's 2 minutes. Alex, if you want to say something, 2 minutes, then we go back to Chim, KJ, and I want to hear what they think about our guests before we round up. All right, Pansat.
All right, thank you. Let me ask that I be extended a couple of more minutes on top of that too, so I have 4 minutes. And I'll be out of here. And you know what, Rudolph, I'm not going to come to your show after.
No, you've said that many times. Pansat, hold on. So let me get this get this right. Sometimes I think you are joking. I don't know whether you are serious. Like, why do you think that you deserve more time than any other person? Why? This is not Javier say. This is 90 Minutes Africa.
Okay, the main reason is, I understand.
Because you live in California.
The main reason is that what I have to say is, you have no respect for me. But let me tell you something. When I'm here talking, I'm talking for you. I'm talking for all of us. Nobody else here has anything to say close to what I have to say. I just want you to know that. But it's okay. Let you
you're talking for yourself.
Go ahead and decide that for yourself. Femi, how are you? Let me use the time now wisely. Please listen to what I'm saying, because
exactly 2 minutes.
During the last war, I was in Okigwe. I'm older than everybody here, right? I know that. I'm blessed. It doesn't look like it. I was in Okigwe sector. Now, intellectuals take orders during the war. Maybe that's why they don't like war. For Dr. Ogbunwezeh, I described him. What is a war? When in our case, you still get mail. Now you're gonna get email. You're gonna have girls. You're gonna have your own AK. You get to tell people what to do. So there's nothing wrong with a war. Stop stigmatizing it. We don't want it. Nobody wants war. But let me warn all these Igbos here. When I come here, all of you want to insult me, start talking nonsense, right? Okay, all this people just talking. I'm gonna warn you. This is gonna be the last time I'm gonna be civil with any of you, right? So your people in Anambra State, Enugu, you brought the war to us. right? And we went to war.
Did we fight?
You are the ones who brought. Hold on. You are the ones who brought that war.
Did we fight?
It wasn't. Your people did it. Let's put it that way. Ojukwu is from that side. We don't take any nonsense. We have the war now. They've killed a lot of our people, and they're gonna pay for it. They're gonna account for that. It's not over.
You can't even get the war off the ground. You can't even get all the war off the ground. So maybe you can't get the war off the ground.
Rudolph, mute this guy, please. It's my turn. Let me. I'm gonna land, and I'm not gonna be here doing a dick measuring contest with any of you because we have a problem. Now you're asking who is an intellectual, right? We know what an intellectual is. We don't.
You are one of them. You are one of them.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Right? Practical guy. I'm not a diplomatic guy. You know that, right? Intellectuals. We mean it not in the noun sense, right? It's in the adjective sense. People who are just cerebral, they're analytical. They're just talking theory about, things that have nothing to do with the other. Our people are getting killed there. Not only that, our people have been killed millions before that. So now how could somebody come here? I asked him. Now, I have a lot of respect for Dr. Ogbunwezeh, and I'm going to withdraw that respect because this is not a third time, right? No, I'm telling you, to you, Rudolph, when you bring a guest here, you think we should just worship you and your guest. I'm not going to do that. He cannot be coming here like Mr. Alexis said, blaming the victim, right? Talking nonsense about stuff. I asked him myself, I said, look, tell me, you don't want us to be militant about this. You don't want us to cobble something together, even if it's a stone, to chase these people away from us, right? Tell us, what's a civil way to do it? He wouldn't. This is the third time I've asked him. Tell us, including you, Rudolph. Tell us who's going to do it. Every time you think.
Go ahead.
I know you want me to keep talking like you did it last time. You muted me. Let me say this.
No.
Let me
I just
conclude
want
by
to tell
saying
you
this.
that your time is
Biafra.
up. We said 2 minutes.
Okay, hold on. But the Biafra is not synonymous with Nnamdi Kanu or me or one person who did something, but it hasn't roused the nation to anger yet, right? That's not just Biafra. It's not each one of us. Biafra is a defined country with territory, right? So we've given him a chance. We gave him a chance. Okay, we came back and we give him a chance. But if all of you here think that we're going to be playing and they're going to be killing our people, you got something else coming. You are a bastard if you think they're going to be killing our people and we're going to sit there and watch you talking nonsense. Maybe you're trading, or Rudolph, you got people coming to your channel, right? We are not going to take it, and it's not about making noise and doing all that. I'm not showing my hands, right? We are going to stop them from doing it very soon. Let me put it to you that way. Whether you like it or not, you come here talking nonsense all the time, insulting your people, talking nonsense because you want to make friends.
Pansa, thank you.
All right. I'm never coming to your show again. Now this time I mean it. I'm not coming back.
Thank you.
Bye.
Let me just, before you go, let me tell you this. When you start be a leader of your group, we will invite you for interview. Just like we interview other people. So once you become a newsmaker, we will invite you, hopefully.
You don't get it. I won't have time to come to interview you for one. I'm going to be telling you.
You cannot be
what to
leader
do.
of a
It's
rebel.
not about talking. It's not me. It's not me. What I'm doing is I'm challenging their theory, right? Look, he's saying something. I'm saying my own thing. It has nothing to do with Biafra itself. Biafra is not something I control or you control. Biafra is then if they want to join us and be peaceful, fine. But if they're not, right? So what I'm saying is that don't say we should sit there and take it. Don't say that.
All right. Thank you, Pansad. I appreciate your time, and hopefully I'll see you next month. So where do we go? Alexei, you're next before we go back to people who will tell us what they. So if you want to respond to people who probably made reference.
Yes. I want to tell Okija that what was achieved to the point where it is now was, sorry, something happened here. What was achieved so far in the name of Biafra happened because of the strength of effort made from outside. This idea of go home and do this, when I hear that, I feel that person just wants to insult you. There's no need insulting me that I'm here talking about Biafra. I should go home. When you know what's happening over there. What is happening over there was being stopped from out here. Now that things are the way they are, they have increased what they are doing to our people. And there's no point. Once I hear that point, that you lose me right there. Whatever advice you have, I know you are reacting and not advising. Go home and do it. You know they are killing people. And they are the ones who foment the trouble around where they go to kill the people. By now, you should have known that unless you don't care about what's happening over there. So that is one point. The second point is all those who think there are alternative ways to free us, and I'm talking about freedom. See, this oil that we keep making reference to, Biafra point one did not fight because they wanted to seize the oil in Nigeria. Hear that. But it's always put there in order to give the dog a bad name in order to kill it. We have been surviving without gaining anything from oil. So if Britain is going to say, oh, don't let them have their freedom because they are going to seize the oil, you who are smart, you who are the intellectuals, or is it intellectuals, whatever name that fits in, should go and let Britain know that that is not the reason for Biafra, that they assure them that we are not looking for oil. Of course, we know we have it. Whatever negotiation that can come up because Britain needs oil from us, we are not going to say no. But see the immediate effect of Burkina Faso and Niger by sending their colonial masters packing. Immediately, they started getting things. That's not even what we are looking for. We just want to be free. Come and take the oil. I think Mas Nnamdi Kanu has said it many times. Take the oil, leave us alone, give us our freedom. We are in a very terrible situation in the way that Nigeria is structured and that they have successfully caused the rest of the country to hate and they conspire against people from that region of the country. So any argument that brings in fear of British and what they are going to do, it's just being afraid of your own shadow. You are a coward and you don't want to do anything about our situation. Our situation is very, very critical. And let me remind you, Owerri was the only town that the federal forces were cleared. They lost the battle and it was celebrated. The other one was Abagana. So what is all this fear about fighting? If you come to kill me, you die, I will die. And in the end, we will sit down on the discussion table. So
all right.
the fear of fighting, you should come down with it. Don't make it look like the worst. We said we were going to declare Biafra. After it happened, they accelerated their killing because Simon Ekpa is held. Before that happened, they were able to protect the area. And yet people come out here to talk down and make us feel that we are doing the wrong thing. Okay, they who know the right thing to do, why don't they start doing it? It's not the only way to get it. Yeah, start your own. That's your intellectual approach to the problem. Go and start doing it. Talk to Britain. Talk to others if you want to do it that way. What we want is freedom, and that freedom is possible. If it's not possible for us, then nobody else will have it in that area.
All right. Thank you, Alexi. Let's hear from KJ and Chim, and then go down. I just want to. Okay, now go ahead, KJ.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Damaris. The guest today has always been someone I enjoy listening to. It makes a lot of sense, and it takes us, just like I said, down the memory lane. No, those days, those of us who went to really proper school, your teachers are so grounded that they teach you almost everything under the sun. And so it reminded me of, a teacher I used to have, Mr. Obilo. I don't know where he is now, but I'll look for him after this program. He was able to teach us a lot of things outside of the secondary school curriculum, which he touched on so much. And of course, my own personal research and all that. The issue of celebrating the villains amongst us, people like IBB, Murtala Mohammed, and the many more of them who have titles in Nigeria, is something that we need to re-examine again. And I say re-examine again because these are the people who will promote as our heroes past. I read the book the other day, the writer was saying, Nigerians don't have any heroes past. The heroes are not remembered. It's the villains that are remembered and given titles. We should go again and look at our heroes past and see which are the heroes, the true heroes, whether they're still being celebrated in the Nigerian context. Now, if you look at the stealing that has been going on in Nigeria, you'll find out that it didn't start today. And those people who stole are the ones making the laws. So if the people making the laws are the ones who are still there and they're still making this law and they're still stealing, how then do we think we can ever be able to do away with corruption? It's totally going to be something that's almost impossible to deal with. And so he's bringing us into the view, the best view of the world politics. Gives us an understanding where if we really need to make that inroad, where we need to start from, especially as a nation. But you see, we can't even discuss as a nation right now because the nation is not even in one, looking at one target. And a nation that have a leader or leaders who do not understand what it is to be in the geopolitics of the world, how then do we participate actively? That's a big question. Because, you are more concerned with the bread and butter. How then can you be able to be thinking about industries and going to the moon? So it's big challenge for all of us. And as talking about the ghost towns in the East, there's nothing the East will have done. And that's where probably I will, disagree with him a bit. There's nothing the East will have done to stop the East from what is going on right now. If you did a research of what happened before the Biafran war, you will find out that even before that war, the Igbos were still being massacred from the north. They were being killed from the north for no cause reason. If you go back to history and if you like go do the research, as far back as 1945, the Igbos were being killed in their stores and all kinds of things. They're killed for any just reason, anything that is slightly against. They feel that they are killed. Okay. And so, yes, he said something also many people forget. They quick to say that Ojukwu declared war. Ojukwu never declared war. Ojukwu never declared war. Ojukwu only responded to the war that had come on the East. And that's what he responded to. And because, just like he said in some of his interviews, you don't declare a war when you have nothing to fight the war. What are you going to fight? Are you going to fight somebody you don't have guns, you don't have anything, you just declare war? What will you use to fight the person you are declaring war on? But you see, where I totally sometimes differ from our intellectuals, and I want to include myself in it, is that since we have been saying these people are not doing it properly, that's what we said about Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, he's too insultive, he's too this, he's too that. Mm-hmm. What are we putting forward? What is our strategy? And I said this before I even came to the US. I said, since you guys are saying Nnamdi Kanu is so insulting, he's so this, okay, give us a roadmap. Lay out how we should go about this. Draw out something. Okay, now Nnamdi Kanu is incarcerated. Give us your own method so we can follow your own method and come to realize something. Mm-hmm. We have not even been able to put a formidable team together in the East to demand for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Instead, it is Afeni Ferry that is making that demand. Whereas we have leaders of the East, and now I say leaders in quotes. Now, coming to leaders, you see, if people say we want Igbos to be in Nigeria and be left alone, okay, I agree with that theory. can we also be allowed to choose our own leaders, not to use the worst of us to lead the best of us, and then use those people as manipulators to bring your own idea of what you think the Igbo land should be? I'll give you an example. Is there anywhere in Nigeria that you can elect a governor and the Supreme Court says, okay, no, we want the fourth person in the line and that will stand? Is there any other portion of Nigeria? And you back that up by moving the military into the streets so that nobody can do anything. They tried it in Kano when they were trying to remove the present governor. They saw what it was. The Kano people said, okay, if you do it, forget Kano. Kano is coming down. And they withdrew back.
So hold on, KJ, hold on. You said something very important now. You said they tried this in Kano, and Kano people did something. Why did Imo people not do something?
Good. I knew you would come to that. If Imo people are going to do something, Imo's township will have been as it is in Kano. Do you see any military checkpoints in Kano? Do you see any military formation in Kano? Do you see police stations police armored tanks in the street of Kano? Do you see the military being positioned in places in Kano? You don't see it.
So are you saying that Imo people were afraid of what will happen to them? So that was why they allowed Uzodinma to stay there?
Because they knew what was coming down.
They want to kill them.
Okay, good. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to make it clear.
Yes, I'm trying to explain to you how it happens. They first of all send these agents of death to the streets, so you know they are there. In those volatile areas where they know that young men will protest, you see those things lined up there, and those people are dressed, and they are ready. You don't come out. You remember this is something that. Okay, there's some things I want to say, but if you take the issue of Umuahia, okay, of the Aparukus, this thing, you find out that this is exactly what happened. They came in and said they were going to do Operation Python Dance, and they were doing exercise in the morning of the Operation Python Dance. They were marching along the streets. All of a sudden, they diverted into a place where there's dead end where this young man's house was. In the same method of marching along the streets. It was only one house in that street because it's a dead end, okay? And so at the end of the day, before they left that place, we have 28 people, who had been sent to their Danke Donkon. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this to say that, okay, we agree with all our intellectuals are saying. These people are non-entities that have not been able to marshal a way forward. Can you guys give us a way forward to bring about leadership in the East? So that the young men who are misdirected and misguided can now be able to follow your roadmap and bring about the ability of the Igbo man to be able to use his hand and use his brain to make good his life. That's all we're asking for. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Let me also suggest, because this is not how you say, let me just suggest that KJ and Alexi and Righteous Man can form the band of intellectuals that will give us the alternative to what the other people are doing that they are not doing.
I don't have it. I'm already following this one that they presented. I don't have
you don't have a new idea?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe it's difficult. Let's go to Chim. Chim may be able to give us a good answer to this quagmire.
All right. Thank you for patronizing me, Rudolph. So I guess our topic today was supposed to be Congo issues, Trump's policies, the ghost town in the southeast, and IBB's autobiography. But somehow Dr. Mo chipped in Biafra and Ojukwu, and then everything has gone haywire, even though he made a wonderful speech. But I'll resist all of those temptations. It's difficult not to appreciate Dr. Ogbunwezeh. My views about life and intellectualism is not that I have to disagree with you for the sake of disagreeing. Anybody who is into that kind of a lifestyle, good luck to you. It's also not my style. I was coming for this program, but I forgot that I already had something else I had scheduled. So in my trying to do the so-called, doing two things at the same time, I realized it was not possible because I was missing bits and pieces of what he was saying. So I am not one who must necessarily speak and I'm not here to please anybody. So my being honest is not to make anybody like me. So for those who don't know details of what's going on behind,
we still like you, Chim.
I'm not interested in that. Like, don't like me. So don't like me. So, but the point is, I think, you know, with what I listened, the bits of things he said, like I said, it's difficult not to appreciate. He's an intellectual. He brings a lot of things you might not know, and I'm very willing to listen to him. But the one area I tended to disagree with him, but I couldn't do that because I didn't have deep insight into previous things he had said. So I wouldn't necessarily disagree with him for the sake of it, is, you know, when every society stays to preserve themselves. No, there is no society. And many of us who are Nigerians, I repeat, are very hypocritical, because I see people who come from the Southwest as saying that they will not let any Fulani man come and subsume them. And then on the one end, they come to other places and they say somebody is trying to brown whatever it is. And not that I am supporting it as a deliberate policy of browning and saying it is right. But the point remains, every group of people want to preserve themselves. It is a legitimate aspiration. It is only wrong when you do that and you are trying to literally squeeze other people out in terms of take their life to exist. But if you're doing it to preserve yourself and you're doing live and let live, I will preserve myself, you go preserve yourself. I don't think there's anything wrong in it. I'm one of those who will constantly tell people who want to hear, let's all go home and go and fix our Nigeria. Many of us are here, whether you went illegally or you went legally or whatever it is, you went to school and stayed back, whatever the intention, your original intention. So every one of us, we come from somewhere. Let's go and keep that place well so that it is comfortable. At that level, we'll now be able to negotiate with the so-called world powers from an angle of strength and equality, because you're bringing something to the table. If you're not bringing anything to the table, you're a nuisance to other people. You're disturbing them. It's a fact, whether we agree with it or not. So I would have loved to engage him more on that, but I didn't have all the facts. And now the other thing I didn't seem to agree with him, which was not his making, like I rightly said, it was Dr. Mo who started it. He took it in a different direction, and then the man linked in. When I hear someone say we fought a war, we don't even know why, I was like, what are you talking about? So the Biafra just started fighting a war. There was no reason. Even if it was as simple as, okay, since you're killing my people, come home, let me protect my people. That was not a reason that led to the war. Whether it was you who intentionally pushed that war or the other person came back at you and you started fighting. I don't know if you understand my point. That was not a reason. So when I hear those sort of comments coming, it's sort of, and that is where I think Alexi was, and I want to say thank you very much for that. I don't seem to agree with that. But you see, like I said, it's not in my nature to just disagree with somebody for the fun of it. Some other people, maybe it's their pattern. They like to just, pick holes. And let me just, I was going to avoid saying this. For those who think I come to this show for them, I don't come to this show for you. I come to this show to make my inputs and contribution and to jaw with those who believe in what it means to jaw. But if you come here for just the entertainment and to be a rabble rouser and, stay in the comment section, and I'm going to ignore you henceforth, male and female. I don't come here. You don't pay my data. You didn't buy the screen I'm using to watch this program and to engage. You're not funding me. So I need to say that because I'm seeing some illegal migrants who migrated to the US and is offended. This person was gonna all day. Told us how Trump will not win the election. Trump has won the election and he's crying every day. Every day he's crying. Every day he's crying. Every day he's crying. I didn't even vote in that election. If I was voting and I didn't believe in Trump, I would go and mobilize the people I wanted to, so that at least we will have enough number to stop him. You had the opportunity to do that. He was throwing red meat at his base, and you did not get enough vegetables to give your vegetarians. you're a sick mind, because all you do every day is come here crying. I pity you. I pity you, and this is going to be the last time I will engage you, because you just showed me you're daft. I'm sorry, you know yourself, and I won't mention your name for civility. That's all I want to say, because Ogbunwezeh is difficult to argue with because he comes with sound intellectualism. So, but I didn't have enough today, and that's why I didn't engage him. Thanks.
All right, thank you. But Chim, can I ask you one question? Just one simple question.
Go ahead.
Are you an intellectual, or can you help us explain who is an intellectual?
I won't engage in that, Rudolph.
All right, thank you. For those just joining us, I want to also remind you that on Saturday, the 15th, we have Dele Ogun joining us. He has a new book, The Culprits, about what happened in Nigeria. And he traced it back to the Berlin Conference of 1884. And we, this year will be the, I think, 150th anniversary of that conference. So there are several events going on across the world where we are remembering how Africa as we know it today came to be, and the aftermath and the consequences, which we are still dealing with. Whether you're talking about the issues in the Congo or what's going on in Nigeria, it was about this meeting that they had where they brought people together and said they divided Africa the way we see it today. So we're going to have that conversation with him on the 15th. It's a special conversation on Saturday, the 15th. Please join us. And as always, we'll keep bringing you interesting guests on Sundays. I don't know, I haven't confirmed anybody for next Sunday, but I'm working on a few of them. All right, so let's round up this conversation with Femi. I think, Femi, you are next. Go ahead, okay. Femi.
So even though you did not ask me, intellect, basically discourse, conversations like this, not just because of for the sake of it. I mean, there's going to be points that are going to be disagreed and disagreeable upon, hopefully, and typically you also hope that it's going to drive a critical mass towards doing something, taking some actions. Now, a couple of talking points before my time is over. While I do sympathize, honestly, with the Igbo situation, but something I typically think about on a constant is perhaps if Unamdi Azikwe, who some of my Igbo friends I've had this conversation with, kind of subtly blame for ceding the post of the prime ministership to the North as a way of placating them to allow Nigeria to be together. Maybe, who knows? Who knows if we might not find ourselves in this situation, because apparently during the 1953 constitutional conference leading to when Nigeria got her independence, there's always been that ongoing ethnic divide, especially amongst the three major nationalities in the aftermath of the what's it called, the amalgamation of northern and southern protectorates. And so, just like the doctor, our very amiable doctor, sounded out, the issue with Nigeria obviously did not start today, and it's a very tough one, because that same situation that's been ongoing prior to our so-called independence, it's a continuing one, and it only reflects what is happening across the entire continent, and which is where it also makes me pivot into the other topic of discussion, the case of DRC. Recall earlier when I was asking my question, I only discovered recently, again not surprisingly, that what's his name, the current president of Rwanda, who already is becoming a dictator. I mean, he has already become a dictator. Had strong links with, in fact, it was more like he was sponsored to school in America as well. And perhaps it's no surprise that again I also align with again our doctor when he talks about the democracy in America, because something still kind of confuses me about how democracy, the way it's being foisted on African nations, the way even operates in America. Because when you consider the fact that America is probably 200 plus years old, and you still find this shenanigans, the different kind of shenanigans, and it doesn't matter whether it's Republicans or Democrats that are in power, you begin to wonder how that system is supposed to work effectively in Africa that has so many different diverse groups, those are everybody being marginalized one way or the other for the most part. So it kind of confuses me, you know, when you think of it that way. But other than that, the last thing I just want to summarize on as my own last talking point, it still goes back to what's going on in America, because whether one likes it or not, at least as of today, whatever happens in America more or less affects the rest of the world. Personally, I just chose not to vote because whether I like it or not, I have listened to our throw up names now, the likes of John Maishama, and I've come to realize that in truth, one way or the other, it's almost like as if America itself is operating some kind of party, and at the end of the day, it's only the only difference with Trump being in power is that he has an agenda that's, even if the Democrats are not necessarily foisting it on us in terms of the white fear, he is just braggadocious about it more than what an average Democrat would do. And no wonder why a lot of people think what we have operating now in America for almost more than 2 decades now is what has become known as the Uni Party. I really don't see any difference between them, to be honest. In fact, sometimes I look at the Democrats. What I've quickly come to realize with Democrats is that they'll take advantage of the likes of the black Americans, get their votes. When they get in there, they really are not doing anything for even the black Americans. So sometimes the thing gets as a bit. So I'll just end it there.
All right. Thank you, Femi. Before I go to Janaba, I just want to mention that next week we are going to appeal to people on this platform to help us support the platform. There are a few things we're doing that are unique. We just hired a new producer, so you are going to see some changes on the platform. It's also next week we are going to renew our contract with this StreamYard and so many other things we use to provide this program to you. So next week we will appeal to you to help us to support some of the things we are doing. And on that note, we also want to thank those who are already doing that on a daily or weekly basis by supporting us. I just wanted to mention that. And we're also going to introduce you to the new producer who will be the one behind the scene now, helping us to run this thing, because sometimes we blame the host and the moderators, but it won't be them now. It will be some other people. All right. I forgot who is next. I think
you refuse to include our salary with the panelists.
Yeah, we'll get to you. We'll have to pay the people first on the ground, then we'll get to panelists. Yeah, that's the dream. Eventually, we hope that we'll get to that point. All right, Janaba.
Thank you again, Dr. Rudy. What a fantastic mind of a doctor, our guest today. Enjoying listening to him because he's a man that have a deep insight and open-minded individual. Life, you understand that our problem is bigger than what we see. And I think that is why it pivoted to talk about the general thing and not something that divides us as a people. He also understands that it's beyond just the sentiment, and he mentioned 3 key things that divide us: the religion, the tribal issues, and lack of unity for us to fight those that are mortgaging our lives and the life of our the born and unborn ones. The only thing I also learn as I come here often is that our mind, so many mind has been made up that even when you listen to people, you already have your mind made up, so it doesn't change anything. And I don't think as a group we will grow like that. You can disagree with people and still agree with them on the other way. I think I began to know that Babalola took Dele Fatumi to court because of people never grow even when changes is the most constant thing. And I see it even as we come here often. We never pay attention to what the changes that come. We still hold on to the things that is really not the main thing. And I hope we have more open mind to learn and to learn new things and how to move forward from the past. The past, you can't do nothing about it, but you can learn from it and make changes. Thank you.
All right, John Albert, thank you. The spirit of pastor. Did you preach today in church? Okay, Alex.
Well, we don't know ourselves personally, and so we assume a lot about people based upon maybe a discussion like it is here. You may be wrong. The thing remains a fact that we have a problem in the country, and everybody agrees. This problem has kept us in a situation of less hope for the future than we should. Even as we are discussing here, things are happening. I don't know if I'm going to get a phone call tomorrow to hear that they have killed someone in my family back over there. One person is still not found because they kidnapped him from the family I come from. And these things have continued. So if somebody wants me to relax and feel that there's a better tomorrow with things happening the way they are happening, maybe it's because that person does not come from where I come from. Maybe because the person does not believe in all that is being said that is happening in Nigeria. Many people have come to a conclusion that having gone as far as we have with all these things happening, that we cannot come together in good faith as one would pray for, and coming together in what way? To remain in the same position that you want to get away from, to remain enslaved when you need freedom. Freedom is not something you can wish away like that. No, especially when you have come to know the difference. So let us continue to discuss, but that open mind is not a one-sided thing. Because you haven't gotten your own what you are expecting, then you say the other people don't have an open mind. Open mind can mean facing reality and deciding on freeing everyone and settling down for a more. We don't have to fight. That's the problem. But nobody wants to blame the source of the fight. Nobody wants to blame a government that everybody has come to know that is not telling the people the truth, but is manipulating and demonizing and at the same time oppressing people. People talk about the election. See what happened. How many people died just because Nigeria is not where what it's supposed to be? No wonder Chino Achebe said there was a country, you know? And for those who are facing reality and knowing that we really need this freedom. It doesn't have to be going back to Nigeria to go and start fighting, because the Biafra in the first place does not call for fight. What they are calling for is for a change that will give the people freedom. And they see that freedom in Biafra. You have to prove to them that they can get that freedom without Biafra. If you are in a position to go and negotiate with the British or whoever else is holding us down, not even be in a position, you should join any group or intellectual discussion that should do that. Let the person go. I respect Ogbunwezeh. I enjoyed his lectures. I enjoyed the ramification that he unfolds when he's talking about an issue, especially international historical events that we hear from him from here. I enjoy all that. But I have my concern about making it look like those who are looking for Biafra are just, they are mad, they are crazy, they don't know what they are supposed to know. No, don't say it like that, because the people need freedom. And that freedom, if you think there's a better way to get it, go along that line and look for it for them, including his own people. So that's simply what I try to share here. But then when I see it happening the other way, I have no choice but to, say it as it is, that the blaming of the people who are being killed every day, anyhow, anytime, anywhere, should stop. Who are the people killing them, or why? Oh, we know things that happen, but we tend to shy away from the crimes being committed from a very high level of governance in Nigeria against Igbo particularly. Why? That's why they continue. But we have known enough as a people not to sit back and not push back on what we know, that whether we do it or not, we will still die. They will come and kill. So we might as well die trying to push back. That is the summary of it. Biafra is a goal, and we are close to getting it in the way that we want it. Not that we haven't gotten it, because it was declared. But you may say, oh no, it's a waste of time. Watch and see how resilient the people are in wanting to have it, despite all the sabotaging going on. Anyway, I'll leave my comment at that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alexi. Egg.
Wow, we have had so much today and had enough today. I've listened from so many angles, so many perspectives. My brother, I'm feeling the same pain you are feeling. Everybody's feeling the pain, When I talk about Senatorial zone, more especially where I come from, what is going on, I know in the whole of Imo State, a lot of things is going on. Everything that happens in Imo State is always to say it is the people of IPOB, or they say ESL. But I know actually it's not true. The gang of Hope Uzodinma and his killers in Imo State are the people that are terrorizing the people in Imo State. If you're a young man in Olu Senatorial Zone and you dress well, you become a target. If they find out that you are not with the government, or you don't support the government, you are not a member of APC in Imo State, you're in trouble, because Hope Uzodinma has gone to the level of all the whole town union. He has infiltrated all the whole town union in Imo State. He's using the town unions now in Imo State to pick out people who are against his government. And my brother, it doesn't taste nice in the mouth. It doesn't taste good in the mouth. So When I say that young men in my senatorial zone is running away from Imo State, I'm not just making it up because I'm from there. I have family over there, right? And I know how many of my members of my family who have left Imo State entirely. Because if you're a young man, you dress well in Olu, more especially in our Olu zone. So it's a problem. It's a problem. So I do not want people to continue to die unnecessarily because my family is involved also. Nobody's safe in my family. My family, my sister, they have left Olu completely. They are now in Warri. They're not relocated to Delta State. So it's not a joke. It's real. So my brother, everybody feel what you feel, but what we are saying is that if we put our heads together, we can find a common way to solve the problem and to get around it. And nobody's against Biafra. I'm a Biafra man. It runs in my blood. But what we're talking about is trying to find a way that we can do it, that we can be able to get our freedom. That's only my point. Thank you, Dr. Damage.
All right, thank you. Maybe what I should have done is there was something I wanted to talk about, but I think I should talk about it now, just for a few minutes before I come to you. Stay humble. Yesterday, I attended celebration of life of Professor Cheka Ifemezeh. I wrote a tribute to him when he died. And at the event last night, he was an advisor to Juku during the war, and he died at 99. For those who read my profile of him, when I first came to New York, I used to go to his house, and he was telling me stories about what happened. He went to UI, went to the UK, then came here to teach. He taught at UI, taught at UNN, and he told me what happened during the war from his own perspective. And my takeaway from everything I saw last night, among the things that happened last night at the celebration of his life, the wife of Chinua Achebe was there. And she came people were surprised at what she presented during that event. She said that 5 years ago, that was when the man was 94. 5 years ago, when the man was 94, they started translating Things Fall Apart into Igbo. Achebe's wife lives in Rhode Island, and the man is in Long Island here. They started translating Things Fall Apart, and Achebe's wife read the first 2 paragraphs of Things Fall Apart and read the translation that Professor Ifemezeh did. It hasn't been published. The Igbo version has not been published. I said this to talk about when we castigate intellectuals. One is that we remove ourselves. We're not part of it. We blame them. And the work they do, the ones they've done, the places that they contribute, we don't know. We don't even read. Most of the people who are talking about intellectuals, there's nothing about Nigeria that has not been published in books, solutions. They are in books, they are in articles. But it's easy to say that they are not contributing. This man was 95, translating Things Fall Apart, published in 1948, I believe. Any of us here who are Igbo people can translate it. You can make it your job, your life's work to do. But he continued to work at the age of 95 till he died last year, December. I just wanted to say here, because sometimes I hear things and I know that people don't know what people do and how they put Nigeria, Igbo people, whatever you believe you are, there are people who are every day thinking about what should be done, how to solve the problem. But it's easy to dismiss them. All right.
Rudolph, one
yeah.
of his quote is in line with it goes like this. Let me paraphrase that. People always say what they did to us or what they are doing to us, but we never ask what we did to them and more. Along that line,
Yeah,
am I right?
no. The way he said it was that the things that other people did to us are many, but the ones we did to ourselves are more. Yeah.
Which takes me to
No. I didn't call you to speak, Ovie. Hold on.
I want help you define intellectual now. Since we got the struggle, I want help you define intellectual. Anyway, I'll wait for my turn.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for waiting. Wanted to use the opportunity. All right. So, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Damages. Great work as usual. And to all the panelists and people on the comment section. I've listened to some of the contributions, and they've been brilliant. Yeah, but I don't really know what aspect of the discussion we are on now.
No. What we're doing is we're doing traditional feedback. So after our guest is gone, we do feedback, hear what people think about how it went, and that's what we're doing.
Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't listen to Dr. Ogbunwezeh, who I consider a very brilliant mind. I listened to him the other time he came, and I was really thoroughly educated. So for his contributions and all his submissions, everything. But I was able to glean a little from the conversations that is centered on the Biafran discussion and the way forward for Nigeria, isn't it?
No, we started from what's going on in the world, America, Congo, West Africa. We covered everything. So it's not just about Biafra, but somehow, it's the one that most people want to comment.
Yeah, most important to people. Yeah, so the Nigerian situation is very dire. I would say it's becoming worse every day. And then, we gather here every day and other platforms to discuss Nigerian situation, and then we talk and talk and talk. By the end of the day, the main question is, what's the way forward? What are we going to do to sort the Nigerian problem? Yes, talking is part of it. Because the more we talk, people listen to us, and then they gain knowledge from what we say, and they get some sort of direction, and they also get more educated on things that are happening and on things that have happened, more historical education, and then more current affairs, which is part of the struggle. But I think there are some things that were mentioned. Some things were mentioned, that I just want to comment on. Yeah, especially the Biafran situation and how it relates to Nigeria at large. Previously people have said that that we cannot attain success in Africa if we become fragmented. So if we have different nations, say Yoruba nation, Igbo nation, Hausa nation, or whatever, Yoruba, and the rest of them, that we cannot attain success, that we cannot challenge the big powers on the globe. So my question to them is, even if we incorporate Ghana into Nigeria and Togo and Benin, would we be able to, because I think one of the reasons they don't understand why we are not able to challenge those people is because we don't even have a working nation. We don't even have a successful nation. Let's have 2, 3, 4, 5 successful nations, small. Then we'll begin to talk about challenging them. Because people say, oh, when we are fragmented, when we have Igbo nation, Yoruba nation, and the rest of them, that will become, so small
that will not be able to, fight collectively. But I don't agree with them, really. When the amalgamation was done, the amalgamation of the protectorate, it wasn't Northern Protectorate and Southern Protectorate. It was the Northern Protectorate. There were protectorates that is just generally, regarded as the Northern Protectorate. And then there were protectorates that they regarded as Southern Protectorate. So the question is this: was Igbo land a protectorate as at the time the amalgamation was done in 1914? Because from history, when did the British succeed in making Igbo land a colony? Was it before the amalgamation or after the amalgamation? Yeah, because if you consider that, then it is a retrospective subject. Like someone coming to commission a house, just a big house, and then later will put in some beds, some things, and then it will become a hospital, and they say, oh, that they commissioned the hospital in 2020. No, you just commissioned the house. So I think the amalgamation was a retrospective subject, sort of, because some of those protectorates were not existing. They just said Northern Protectorate and Southern Protectorate. So if that's the case, then there should be an option for different nations to opt out, because there was no agreement, really. And then for people saying that if we have different nations, you can't fight collectively, you can't challenge the bigger powers, I don't agree with them in that regard. Then coming to the Nigerian situation, sometimes I hear people, saying that if you want to defeat the ruling class, that the opposition should come together. Who are the opposition? Should come together. So bring this person, bring the other person, and then they just come together. No, we must build a good political culture first. People must participate, like minds must come together to start building a vibrant political culture, a good political culture, not opposition coming together. It happened in Gambia in 2015. The major opposition parties came together to challenge Yahya Jammeh, who was president for more than 20 years. They succeeded. Yeah, so I chose Adama Barrow. Then he now came to power and became another Yahya Jammeh. Yeah, so if we want to solve the Nigerian situation, the Nigerian problem, we don't need to say that the opposition should come together, because they don't have the same goals. They don't share the same visions. We must start building a political culture, good, vibrant political culture, and then start nurturing those things, those values that we believe will be beneficial to the Nigerian state.
All right, so stay humble. So sorry, I have to cut you short. We have a limit of 5 hours. It's actually from next week we can do more than 3 hours. So everything, all our conversations will be able to get it done within 3 hours. But I appreciate you, and hopefully you'll join us another time for where we give you more time to air your view. Thank you. Ovie, 2 minutes, and then Michael, we end it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, talking about intellectuals, I think the simple definition of intellectuals is somebody who uses his intelligence, critical thinking to analyze or challenge a constitutional power or general norms or a dominant ideology. I think to me that's what intellectual is all about. And I think our problem is that because we are so used to arguing, seeing things from black and white, good or bad, all the time. That's why all we could take from what Dr. This class today was Biafra. And the argue about Biafra is still the same thing as it was yesterday and forever, which the doctor also talked about, that we don't read. Nothing that is happening now that is not written. It's like now actors. If you look at our leaders now, scripts that they play out, and if you read, you actually understand what is going on. He said it. The Biafran fight, you are not fighting Nigerian government, and we all agree saying Nigeria is a colony. He said it himself. The CIA, America, their CIA, has taken over the mantle of colonizing Nigeria from the British in the 60s. He did all this, and you don't need to disagree or agree with him. There are a lot of books that actually let everything out. So the fact that we think our struggle is beyond is that these people that we are seeing is just half of it. So there's more to it. So when the man come to analyze what is actually happening, and all we could take about is that narrow view of everything is actually sad, because the world is changing. The world has changed. It talks about AI. It hasn't even go deep into that. In the next 4, 5, 10 years, we did say we are enslaved now. It's coming. You will be so educated, intelligent, no job, nothing for you to do because there's an AI or robot that is better than you. So the world that we live in today has gone beyond a full animal. This, but no, the power that be are not interested in you or how you feel. Now the resources. You should be lucky that you are seeing you visit and get some share from the resources that you think you own. I say you think you own because if you cannot protect what you have, you don't own it. So we should be lucky that we see they get small from those that control the resources now, the power that be. You see, because if you got to a point, if they don't want to see your face for that place, they see us and us, they go wipe you out. It's not something you so, and that's why I was trying to actually make Dr. see things from the realist point of view. America no care about democracy. All you need to understand, go back to the argument when they were setting up their constitution. The American democracy is predicated on protecting the few affluent from the general poor people. That's what the American democracy is about, and that's what you are seeing reflected in Donald Trump administration with the cloud capitalists. Again, go read Techno-Feudalism by Yanis Varoufakis. You understand that seeing the Elon Musk and the rest, they are not just there for anything. They are further ahead in terms of the new human being. Maybe 20 years from now, the argument will not be my son has to go to this school to be smart. No, you have to be say, okay, what kind of chips am I going to chip my kids to start a competition? That's where we are. We just everywhere where they fight, now we fight, they go the terrorism. Now resources that they drill. Just go there, go see the international companies that are working, even so that the fights they go on. So it's beyond. So it's just sad that after everything when the man talk, we just focus on just some narrow argument that all of us don't. We think the people that carry us people are still alive, and you think you know the truth. You will not know the truth. They are still in power. Those who fight civil war are in power. How dare you know the truth? You can't. Nobody's going to tell you. So, Moko, they see things from a broader view. It's 2025. It's no longer 1995.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Thank you so much. Final words from Michael. Michael, we can't hear you. Michael. All right. Michael is having a technical problem. If he can join us again, I will let him have his final say. But Alexei, you wanted to say something? We're rounding up.
Okay. You know, Ovie became my star in this group because he sees things in a way that helps one to further understand even from whatever point you are, how the whole thing fits in. The point you just made now is, I view it a little differently, and I wanted to come back and say something. The people who are holding on to the powers that be, the reason they do not, the reason they exert more strength in what they are doing is because nobody challenges them out of fear. You see, the guy in North Korea, I don't want to be in his shoes, I don't want to be in his country, but you think the powers that be in the world like him, the way he has exerted himself and has kept his country going? Of course not. But he has proven to a point to them that it's not going to be easy, because he will fight back if they come at him. And that is a kind of achievement for a nation right there. Now, these guys who kicked the French out, do you know that the French tested their atomic bomb in Sahara Desert against every advice that they shouldn't do it at the time they did it in those days? Now, these guys, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, where they are standing now, you could also say that they would not have reached there in the first place. But see how they are standing. Even if tomorrow something happens, it will be on record that this is what happened and the reason for which it happened. And it's not to the credit of those of France, if they should do anything. France did something similar to Haiti. Haiti defeated them in a war. Napoleon was involved. You are a history student. But Haiti won. Now they came back. If it's today, with the level of knowledge and information technology we have, Haiti will not be in the problem it is today. So those boys have achieved something despite the giants that are trying to intimidate them and think they can't do anything. France is no longer in Niger. France is no longer in Burkina Faso, and many more countries are saying no to France. So we cannot be living in fear and just remain dormant as slaves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before, I don't know if KJ wants to say something, but let me just say this. Maybe one day we'll stop saying that nobody is saying anything or doing anything about things. Maybe that's what is distracting us from seeing the people who are actually making attempts. There are a lot of people who are locked up in Nigeria today for challenging the authorities. There are a lot of people who are doing things. And everybody here, we are doing things. We are talking. We are discussing this. We are calling these people out. But somehow we want to, I don't know who we are expecting when we say that nobody is saying things. And I hear that every day in every platform. Nobody is doing anything. No, we are doing something. Maybe we should do more of what we are doing. Maybe we should talk more. Maybe we should engage more people. I don't know whether we are expecting some other people to do it for us when we say nobody's doing anything. Most of the conversations I see on social media are everywhere. It's about, even in the mall, in the buses, in the downfall, the people are talking about what's going on in Nigeria, and they are expressing themselves, talking about what they don't like. So it doesn't mean that people are not complaining. Maybe we have to channel it in a different way. Maybe we need to come together more to do it. But it's not that people are not talking. Okay, there are people who are locked up. Like I said, there are a lot of reporters who there are so many issues going on in Nigeria because people are putting up resistance. But I think we may have to redefine what we mean when we say that, and I hear it every day on many platforms. I consider everybody here who is speaking as somebody who is contributing, who is raising their voice, and I don't think we have, no matter even on NTA or any government platforms, people challenge the authorities and call them out. So, KJ, you want to say something before I go?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. You have, Rudolph Okonkwo in this case now. You have brought, somebody who sparks off our thinking. And, during the time that I've been off, I actually went back to think about all I've said. Yeah, and I want to acknowledge that people are doing things, even though the first speaker are also contributing to that force. I also want to tell, our brothers from the East. I mean, and that's not the only takeaway. I'm just narrowing down, is where it pinches you that you talk about the most. The women in the East recently rose up and they formed a group led by Madame Pinos. And I'm speaking also, anybody who have our contact, let's have it so I can invite her over here to speak on what they are doing. But they've already taken two very, excuse me, strong action by appealing to the president to release Nnamdi Kanu and also appealing that people like FFK and Reno Mokere should be cautioned for their comments they've made. So yes, people are speaking, and it's just that sometimes the media kind of try to black out on those people who are doing something or who are speaking the truth as maybe against the narrative that the government is putting out. I also want to acknowledge that the Ezendigbo in Lagos has been freed. He has gained his freedom, and he's also speaking on how he got there and all that. So I'm saying to say this, why I'm mentioning all this, because people are also doing something. They may not be exactly giving us the result we want immediately, but people are doing something. We also are doing something on this channel, because this channel goes far and wide. If somebody can recognize a righteous man in the marketplace somewhere in Lagos, that means that the program is going far and wide. So let's keep speaking, whether the people in the comment section like you or not, because they seem to have fallen in love with me now, and they're always finding something to say, even when I'm not speaking. So, but it doesn't matter. Keep speaking. Whatever I'm saying is helping us to move, elevate the conversation. So,
Thank you, KJ. Make I help you smart in responding to our header before he leave. I think one thing we should also recognize is that.
Why is he talking?
Don't damage it, please.
When are you shutting down? Good of love. I should just go and say goodbye. I was going to shut down properly, but
no, stay. We need you to stay. Let me just thank Ovie. You can have a conversation with Alexi at the end when we finish. I can leave you in the back end. You can have a conversation with him.
No, it's about what we are talking about, and it's not even a long, just a statement. I just want to say that I think to use Mr. Alexi as voice for those who are saying advocating through the kinetic way. I think there's a room for that in fighting for freedom. I think why it seems as if there's a lapse is as if those who wants to actually fight the battle are having the upper hand in the conversation. It is because, it's just 2 generations that since the Civil War. It will take time for the voice of the intellectual as we put them together, what we wanted to articulate. It will take them for that to dominate the conversation. It's just 50 years, much. How it take a lot of more accumulation of wealth, more building people on intellectually on that for actually that their own voice to be heard. Because at the end of the day, just like what the professor said, after the fight, we will sit down for boardroom, iron it out. So the two, both the theoretical way and the kinetical way, have a place in fighting for freedom. It's just that at this point, one, they get upper hand because of where they are coming from. Another thing people don't understand. Once you lost a civil war, then lost. How do you think they are not still paying for it? The Haiti are still paying for it. German, to some extent, are still paying for the loss. Once you lost war, now, it will take for you to refight again until you win. If not, you will keep to be at the receiving end, which also involve the militarization of the Southeast. It's all still continuation of the war. We could not deceive ourselves. So there's a room for both sides of the conversation, both guns and persuasion.
All right, Ovie, thank you. We will continue this conversation, obviously, because, of course, we're getting more guests to come, and more will be here in February, and he will touch on this topic, So let me just thank those that supported us today. Alexander Gomez, Dr. Alexander Gomez, Alaro, Ibo Basics, Fumi O, One Man, T Majek, AY For Real, and T Majek. So I want to thank KJ for joining us. Chim, thank you. Lexi, thank you. Stay humble, thank you. All Politics, thank you. All the panelists, and of course our guests, Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh and Dr. Mo, and everybody else who made it a point to be part of this conversation today. I appreciate all of you. And next time, next Saturday, we are going to continue the conversation. On behalf of all the people who are behind the scene helping out, I thank you all and see you on Saturday.
Ladies and gentlemen,
from Eurocopo Studios in New York City, welcome to Wetin Concern Me, your favorite news and current affairs quiz show. I am your host, Dr. Njakiri Dameje.